Hello, everyone. Oh, we need to adjust that. How we doing? Oop. Happy almost solstice. Thank you, Allie, for the reminder. Allie, the Snelf is such a mouthful. Joseph. Oh my God. Okay, let's first of all, thank you, Joe, for 120 memberships. Hello? I want you to know, for the second batch of 50, I came back from a bathroom break and then just sat and stared at my computer, open mouthed, like, what the fuck? Joe, stop it. No, you do not. But thank you. It is very much appreciated. Seriously. Thank you, Natalie. I did. I switched it to live chat. I think Joe rewired my brain there for a hot second. So I actually remembered for once. Yeah. Welcome to all 120 of you, or welcome back, I'm sure, for some of you, to the McNugs. Thanks for coming. We're very happy to have you. If you're watching this on the replay, by the way, hi. Thanks for coming. Wow. What a fun way to start stream, huh? Hi, Litterbox Hero. Hi, Brandy, Natalie, and Biological Clock, and Rachel. Veggie Girl Penguin. Hi, Gems. Hi, Ace. Ace. Hello. Christine. Joe gifted 120 memberships. Puckleberry, hi. We missed you too. I'm glad that you're here. Thanks for coming. I like seeing people like pop in and pop out. I know you guys obviously have busy lives and stuff going on, but it's nice to see you guys pop in for a visit. Hi, Fawn. No worries. I figured today was going to be a slower stream because of the holidays and people traveling and just like lots going on. So, especially if you're a replay crew, if you're watching this after having a very long day of travel or family time, big love to you. I hope that your holidays are started okay. Or, you know, I guess it's kind of early, but still, big love to you anyways. Usually replay crew, but I made it to a live woo. Hi, Kay. Thanks for coming. I'm going to enjoy coffee and stream in a Trader Joe's cinnamon Danish. Oh, so jealous. That sounds so good. I do have a coffee and I had a gas station donut, which sounds gross. It does, but it was actually pretty good. QT has some pretty good donuts. I won't lie, especially if you catch them when they're fresh. Hi, Hellfire. It's been a hot minute since I made it to a live. I know, it's nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Let's see. I had a root canal this morning, so I decided to be nice to myself and took the day off work to veg and play City Skylines. Yes, I can't read your whole username, but it starts with a J. Very much approve. And I'm sorry about your root canal. That sounds awful. Also, if you have any City Skylines tips, please drop those in the chat because I have it downloaded on my computer, but I haven't played it. And you guys, yesterday was my last day of clinical work before the holidays. So I have 2 weeks of free time, except for content creation, obviously. So still sort of working, but I think it's like less working in a way. And I have free time now to play video games. So I want to start a City Skylines run through, but I don't really know very much about it other than that it's very complicated. But I really like city planning games and like the details, the minutia of it all. So I think that's going to be a nice hyperfixation. This is my first reality dating show roast since entering into a relationship myself. This will be fun. Oh, Cobblegen, that sounds wonderful. What a nice new perspective to come in with. Crocheting and watching the live stream. Hello. Hi, Janet. I hope your crocheting's going good. What are you crocheting? Hi, Malia. I know, brain break for real. I recently lost my job and realizing I can join in on the streams again is a pick me up well needed. Oh, Buckleberry, I'm so sorry. That's also the worst fucking timing. Like truly the worst timing. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you're right. This is a nice little pick me up, nice little fun community moment, a little escape also, for being honest. Hi, Eric. Happy to see you. Glad you could make it. Guess who got into the college I wanted? And I'm so excited. Nanny, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so proud of you, friend. That's a big deal. How do you feel? Do you feel, I mean, you have to feel great, right? It seems like we're doing everything right and these guys tend to do wrong. Yes. But I think also, yeah, we're going to talk about it. It's just a really interesting little bubble in which the impact of like our environment, why did I say environment that way? Really, really affects our mental health, right? Like I say that all the time, but I think these shows are such a nice like credit to that. Because like these people who, Joseph, thank you for 20 more memberships. My God. Welcome to all 20 of you new McNugs or returning McNugs. I know it's too bad we're not playing bingo today. But yeah, I think, you know, these people who hopefully would be making better choices outside of this seem to make really, really bad choices and like over and over again in this environment. So, Joseph never changes. He really doesn't. And honestly, we love him for that. Thank you, Joe. Okay, watch City Planner Plays Ultimate Beginner's Guide for City Skylines on YouTube. He's really good at going through the basic mechanics of the game without talking down to the viewer. Oh, love that. Okay, great. Hold on. Phone. I'm just going to take a picture of that so I don't forget. Because I've watched, if you guys are familiar with James Turner, he used to be Sim Supply on YouTube. He obviously makes a lot of Sims content, but he has a second channel called Flabaliki where he makes other like city planning kind of gameplay. And he recently did a big string of videos on the new Planet Coaster, which has been great for me to fall asleep to. Samaj, yeah. And so I know he did a series on City Skylines also, so I'm probably going to sit down and try to watch that. But it's almost like this environment does not bring out the best in people's best selves. Yes, exactly, Natalie. And I think they do it on purpose. I think they know what they're doing. City Planner Plays City Skylines. Yo, Myron, thank you. That's definitely on the list. I love that. Oh, Lou, what do you think of Planet Coaster 2? I have thoughts. I'm excited to start. I'm dorming, which is a change from commuting to community college. Ooh, Natty, that sounds very interesting. I hope that you enjoy your experience. I know that it's totally valid to feel a little anxious at first, but I think it has the potential to be super, super fun and very fulfilling, you know? It's a really fun, like, transformative time in a lot of people's lives. Not everybody, but a good amount of people's lives. And so it can be just, you know, it can be nice. I'm loving it, though I'm having trouble with the paths. Really, Lou? I feel like I'm having the opposite experience. The pools are really getting my goat. I don't understand how to make pools. But the pathing is so much better on Planet Coaster 2 than Planet Coaster 1. Planet Coaster 1, the pathing is so bad. Like, so bad. Bad that, like, sometimes I'd be like, never mind. I'm done playing this game because I'm so frustrated with trying to get the path to work the way that I want it to. I need to replace my poor ancient laptop. And I'm seriously considering switching to a PC just so I can get on some gaming. Oh, yes, Natalie. I like the simplicity of Apple. I can't decide. That's valid. I think because I grew up with PCs, I'm like, I'm using a PC, you know? But I also am just kind of a fan of how, I don't know, like versatile they are. Also, why is my head like this? Hello? Let's go ahead and fix that. Yeah, I think the flexibility there is really nice. Hey, Christine, are you on live chat? Yes, I remembered. Before stream even started, I remembered. Can anybody recommend a good queer show to binge? I don't know that it's like exclusively queer, but Sex Education, so good. Absolutely love. And there is some nice queer representation in there, actually. Body Coaster 2 is saving my life right now. You and me both, cat lady. I managed to get it on sale. Ooh, by the way, PSA, for all of you who have some free time because you're off of school or you're going to get a break from work, Steam is having a winter sale right now. So there's some really fun stuff that's actually pretty cheap. I'm a fan of gaming, but especially gaming on sale. So, especially if it's like an older game. I saw The Witcher on there for like $7. And I got during the summer sale, I think I got Mass Effect 3, which again, kind of old. But I got it for like $5 and I'm very excited to sit down and do a full playthrough of that also. I agree it's better than Planet Coaster 1. I'm still struggling with getting the path to do what I wanted to do, but I just bought it yesterday. Okay, that's valid. That's fair. I think the pathing is just like, it's sort of their Achilles heel, isn't it? Stardew Valley is saving my life right now. Love a good Stardew Valley. I like playing Stardew Valley on my Switch better than I do PC though. Have you heard of the game Tiny Glade? No, I have not. Please tell me more. I have no monies. Very valid, Natalie. Natty, very valid. Wait, hold on, I missed it. Doop, doop, doop. Have you heard of, is it pronounced Genshin or Genshin Impact? If not, you should give it a look. Okay, I'll look into it. I don't know how that's pronounced, but I've heard a lot of people really like it. And I will be honest, I know genuinely nothing about it. Other than that, there's like a huge following behind it. So I'm like, it can't be bad, right? It can't be that bad. I play Stardew on the PC because I mod the heck out of my game. 257 Puckleberry? Is that bad? Hello? That is wild. Okay. Genshin is G like gay. Got it. Oh, hi, Kyle. Listening on my way to work, but I got a 10-hour shift. Oh, Kyle, that sounds awful. I hope that the 10 hours goes by quickly, or at least with minimal pain and suffering. Sometimes that's all that we can hope for, you know? The game Infinity Nikki has us cozy gamers by the balls right now. We love a good cozy gaming. I think Mickey might enjoy Infinity Nikki better. It's so similar to Genshin playstyle. I mean, why not both? You know? I have an endless list of things in my Steam library that I'm like, I will get to this. I will get to it eventually. Yes, Lou, exactly. It's in the ER here, so it stays busy. Oh God, Kyle. That's a lot. I like Stardew on my laptop so I can have polyamory mods. Oh, good idea. That's a good point, Rowan. I've always thought that it's a little bit frustrating. The dating is quite linear in Stardew Valley. I think the collection is downloaded over 100 mods. Okay, someone explain to me, like, what do they do? Like, what mods do you have? Have you heard of My Sims Cozy Edition on the Switch? Oh, no. A Medieval Kingdom is nice. Love a good medieval game. Won't lie. I still play, oh God, what is it called? I can like see the picture in my brain. It's like a little circle. It's like an ancient, it's very like, it's like Civ 5, but different. Like with mythology stuff. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. I've had clients telling me they spent over 5,000 in Genshin. Wow. Some mods add outfits. Some add extra content and new characters. Like Zeus and Poseidon. Yeah, kind of. I'm finally figuring out how to balance video games after losing myself in Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, that's fair. It happens to the best of us. It really does. How do you spell Zeus? Zeus. Why does it look wrong? The E and the U are switched. That's why. I don't know if you, wait, where did it go? I don't know if you'd like it, but I've been obsessed with RimWorld this year. Oh, is that the space one? I haven't looked at that one. Medieval Dynasty. Okay. Some just look prettier for your preference. Stardew Valley Extended adds a bunch of characters. Makes the map bigger. Okay. Pelican Town and My Farm look like a fairyland. That's lovely. Wow. Okay. Love that. It's hard. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that might not be for me. Let's see. Do you know how much I've spent on Otome games? I don't know what that means. But I believe you. But I might just be dumb. That's fair. I mean, if it's like very detailed, you know. The thing that gets me is when the mechanics of the game are really difficult. Because like The Witcher really gets my goat sometimes. Because there's so many different mechanics. I'm a bit of a button smasher, if you will. And so sometimes combat-based games where the mechanics are really difficult is like, it takes me a minute, you know? I have to, because my brain doesn't work that fast. I'll get overwhelmed by all the buttons and start like pressing all the wrong ones. Oh, Japanese style novel stories. Got it. Did you throw a coin to your witch? If not, that might be your problem. That's true. I should make a donation. I love button smashes. Me too. This is also kind of the same strategy that I have with, what is it? The Nintendo, the fighting one? Oh, God. I can't remember the names of anything. Oh, hi, Rosori. I didn't see you come in. Smash Bros. Yes. Thank you, Joe. I know that there are people who have like actual very serious strategies for Smash Bros. I don't. I just and wait till something cool happens. This is why I lose every time that Aaron and I play it together. Let's see. I missed something in the YouTube chat, but it's fine. Have you ever played My Time at Portia or My Time at Sandrock? They're very fun. No, I've never even heard of those. Are they like narrative style games or are they like combat kind of a thing? I love a good cozy game. Popped in and forgot to say hi. No worries. Actually, that's probably why Call of Duty is held up by the military so much, because it's training fingers to handle military drones. Wait, really? That is so concerning. What would you say is your game of the year? Oh my God. Meat Spice, that's so much pressure. Okay, hold on, let me think. Game of the year. What have I played this year? Honestly, I've played a lot of co-op stuff, especially because we do co-op stuff for our Discord hangs, which, by the way, in case you missed it, the announcement, our Discord exclusive hangs are happening the first Friday of every month now, meaning that there will be no stream on this channel. So if you want to hang out on the first Friday of every month when we do silly little co-op games and those things, you can join the Snosh Blossoms or above on here or Patreon. And get access to that. But just so you know, the first Friday of every month, we will be not doing this. Not because I don't like y'all, but because I think I need to have less on my plate. So, and so far it's working. Oh, you guys are right. Yes, Alice in Hellfire. It's Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 actually changed my life. Like rewired my brain, changed my life forever. I am still like actively consuming content and just like obsessed with Baldur's Gate. I love it. Love it. I'm a nerd. I like Sudoku. Actually, Joe taught me how to mod Baldur's Gate so that we could do fun, silly things in there. And then I let my mods get out of date and I need to fix them. So I haven't been able to play it. But maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll probably bother you, Joe, if that's okay. Tell me. I could Google it too. I could just Google it. Oh, the new Zelda game. Okay, controversial opinion. I was a little bit underwhelmed by Tears of the Kingdom. It was really good. I really, really liked it, to be fair. But it also, I think I just was missing some like new, like it was sad that you couldn't really discover new areas other than like caves and stuff. Because this guy is like really hard to navigate. You know, and then the depths, I didn't like that. It's just so like combat heavy. Like you can't run 5 steps without running into a big bunch of people who are going to steal the hearts right out of your health thing. And so it was, it was very overwhelming, I think. There's a new Baldur's Gate 3 patch coming out, and they're adding 12 new subclasses. Stop. Wait, I think I saw that. I did see that. And they're talking about crossplay too. We can finally do crossplay. I'm so excited. It's going to be so fun. Yeah, Kyle, I wish that too. I wish the new Zelda game just had a little bit more. Yeah, Gems, that's where I'm at. I'm probably 4 updates behind, honestly. We should all sit down and update it so we can play together, because I'm going to have some free time. Maybe we can poke and prod Aaron into playing with us too. I doubt it, but maybe. Aaron is a very, like, 1, maybe 2 playthroughs through a thing, and then he's done kind of a person. But I'm like, I'll play the game over and over and over and over. I don't care that the story's the same. I want to keep playing it and keep playing it. Okay, yes. Hell yeah, Gems. I'll DM you guys after this is over, so we can figure out a time. I'm excited to play Blade Slinger and Hexblade. Is that some of the subclasses that they're introducing? Oh my god. Do you think he would want to do the new stuff in Pal World? Honestly, Lou, I don't think so. Because like I said, he's like a 1 or 2 playthroughs, and then he's good. He's like on to the next, If you want a beautiful one, I suggest Concrete Genie. It's beautiful. Oh, okay. On the fence on it too. Tell Aaron it's more fun with other people. That's what I said. And with the mods. The mods are so cool. Love it. Did I tell you I broke my foot a while? Oh, yes. Natty, you did tell us that. I was like, what? No, but I remember that. We are so cool. I mean, I think so, but, also if you want, like workshop on how to mod Baldur's Gate 3, hit me up. Yes. When and where? If we ever do a Stardew Discord day, I'll be over the moon. Say less. If y'all want me to do stuff like that, just let me know. Eric, I'm not going to answer that question. You're all equally cool in my eyes. Yeah, like again. Yeah, Natty, for a second I was like, how does this keep happening to you? Unrelated, my dog's had a new soft bed for 1 whole day and hasn't eaten it yet. Oh my god, so proud. Look at that sweet baby. Wow. The self-control, honestly. We rejoice when the dogs get a new soft bed and the cats don't pee on it. So I feel you in a sort of different way, but in a much realer sense, kind of exactly the same way. I shared your channel with a friend of mine because I was talking about this channel yesterday when we were out shopping. Oh my god, thank you. That's so nice. Not all of us are making the same joke, Christine. I don't even want to know. My therapist wouldn't admit that I'm her favorite patient, and this feels very similar. Because it's unethical in therapy, and I think just unfair and untrue, as far as the mods are concerned. So I refuse to answer in the same way that I refuse to answer lots of questions. I don't know, don't have an answer. Those are my favorite answers. There are Discord servers for Stardew Valley Expanded and East Scarp. East Scarp is my favorite community-wise. Ooh, that's interesting. Clearly missed my comment. I'm scrolling up. Eric is only asking because he knows he's the favorite. Okay. We all know that that's not true. I don't choose favorites among friends. You guys would never ask your friends that. Eric. I will not. I will do no such thing. I'm my therapist's favorite patient, and I don't need her to tell me. And listen, that's fine. If that's how you feel, I think that's a very valid emotion to have. Are therapists allowed to like their patients? Yes, of course. Yeah. No, I tell my clients all the time, I think they're cool as fuck. But I just will not be like, oh, you're my favorite, or like, I like you better than all my other clients, because that's not very nice, It's also not true. It's not a competition. You'll see updates on certain mods before they go live on Nexus, which is so much fun. Oh, in the Stardew community? That's cool. How many episodes are we watching today? Just 1. That reminds me. Thank you, Natalie. We have a hard stop time today. hold on, let me see if Aaron texted me back. Why do I keep getting fucking spam phone calls? Okay. Aaron said I don't need to come home earlier than I was planning. So we have a hard stop time today at 5 p.m. Like I need to be walking out the door at 5 p.m. So we'll probably stop watching the episode at like 4:45. There's no way on planet Earth that we're making it through this episode, I don't think, because it's like 65 fucking minutes long. So we also will probably cut down on some vamp time to try to get through the episode, but we'll see. Is that in 35 minutes? Sorry. No, that's a good point. So it is 12:25 right now. So we have a hard stop time in 4 hours-ish. 4 hours and a couple minutes. So like I said, I don't think we're making it through an episode. I know that sounds wild because it's only like a hour-long episode, but we be fucking around on this channel. Ooh, good call, actually. Yes, we will watch it at 1.25 speed. Hold on, let me do that really quick. Okay, so we are watching the Ultimatum Season 3, Episode 1 today. For those of you that don't know, when we watch Netflix shows, we watch them at 1.25 speed because it's the only streaming platform that lets me do that. If it were up to me, I would watch it at 1.5, but y'all have said that it's a little bit overstimulating for y'all, which I get. So 1.25 it is. If you're watching this on your own device at home, so as to avoid the overlay situation, then make sure that your playback speed is set to 1.25. Okay? Because do what you got to do. Exactly, Kyle. We're sharing space and community here. Wish me luck, Mickey in chat. I just did a second interview and I'm praying for the callback. Finn, wishing you all the luck, all of the, yes, crossed fingers and all of that. I've seen it all, so I get to zip 1.25. Okay, great. Joe. Important news, my cat, Mimi, just trotted through the entire house holding a giant fuzzy ball in her mouth while meowing. Okay, I thought it was going to be a story about how, like, and actually it was a mouse. Also, my cat's name, well, the other one, not the one that you can see on Cat Cam currently, but our other kitty, her name is Imogen, and we call her Mimi sometimes. So both of our cats, we call them Mimi. You can get internet browser extensions to change the playback speed. Okay, Hellfire Fox, yes, I tried it, and it kept crashing. It kept crashing. Oh, yes, I think. It was crashing something while we were streaming, and then I was like, that's really weird. It wasn't doing this before I downloaded this. So then I got rid of it. No problems since then. So, bit of a bummer, that one. If it played nice with all of the software on my computer, then I think, obviously I would be all in on that. And I was before I knew that. Also, this is a PSA during this most germ-filled of seasons. First of all, do make an effort when traveling to wear masks and to be a mindful community member, especially for those of us that are immune compromised and all of those things, as there is still very much a pandemic happening. It didn't actually end. The CDC just decided they were tired of getting harassed by corporations. So be careful of that. And also do wash your hands, use hand sanitizer, be a sanitary person, but try not to wash your hands to excess, because I learned yesterday that you can get contact dermatitis by washing your hands too much. I went to bed last night with poor swollen little fingies because I have been washing my hands entirely too much. So be careful. If you have sensitive skin, try not to wash your hands over and over and over and over again, because you'll hurt your skin and it hurts a lot. So don't do that. Wash your hands, be sanitary, be mindful. Yes, and wear lotion, that too. But try not to wash your hands to excess, and also put lotion on. Janet, to be fair, I was washing my hands probably like once every 5 minutes, maybe, for like 4 days on end, because I've been cooking or baking. I've been making cookie boxes. It's a real feat, by the way. Yes, exactly, Lou. When I have dogs and like I was running around doing multiple different things, and I'm making cookie boxes for like friends and, you know, other people. And so I'm trying to wash my hands to make sure that I'm not putting my germies in there. Joe, thank you for 10 more memberships. Oh my God. Cat Lady, you got one. Okay, Brittany, Jam Tomb, Diane, Peach, Tay, Young. Sorry, your name's all one word and it got the best of me. W something T, Anna, Jennifer. Welcome to the McNugs. Ooh, yes, Christine Aaron uses that and it actually is very nice. I might start doing that. But yeah, I was washing my hands like every 3 minutes, 5 minutes probably to avoid putting my germies in my friends' cookie boxes and then not putting lotion on afterwards for like 4 days. And when I Googled it last night, because I was like, what is wrong with my hands? I was like, oh, that'll do it. That's the one. Eric, you've been a member for 17 whole months. What is that? Like 2 and then some membership babies? That's wild. Oh, I think we're closer to 150 by now, Natty. Absolutely wild behavior. Kyle, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Y'all are going off today. My God. Thanks for the early Christmas gifts, I guess. Alyssa, Tegan, Beach Rando, Nana Cat, welcome to the Big Nugs. Bye, Kyle. Have a great shift. You can buy disposable cotton gloves and wear those after putting lotion on your hands so it absorbs better and you can really slather it on. Ooh, yeah, that sounds awful. But that's fair. You're probably right. I've been using Aquaphor, which I also hate the sensation of. But I find it sticks really good. I mean, and it, you know, works well for me. Natalie, for 20 months, I'm 1-upping you, Eric. Actually, 3-upping. That's fair. The 20 months is, I don't know. That's like 2 and then some membership babies. P.S. I got my Love is Bingo raffle prize in the mail a few weeks ago. It was the crochet bag. Yay! Avery Pan, you got it. Okay, great. Love, love, love. I'm glad that you like it so much. Lou, did you see that? If you want, I can send you a pic of the lotion I used to keep my eczema at bay. That's okay. I have a bunch of lotion. I'm going to use the stuff I had. I don't want to buy new things. Because we have the working hands thing. We have Aquaphor. And then we have just a good old fashioned, like, sensitive skin water-based lotion that we use for tattoo healing. And it works great. So, are there any breakup videos coming down the pipeline? People should really be breaking up right now. Oh, really be breaking up right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Shanice. That sounds really sad. That's a terrible time. I can certainly look into that if you guys want me to make a video about breakups. I have empathy for the sensory issues with lotion. Yeah. Lotion, especially like the Aquaphor sort of, it's just, I don't like the sensation of it, but you know, it does work. I got my snail a while ago. Oh, Natty, that's so cute. I love snails. I started using bag balm, which is meant for chapped cow udders, and it saved my hands. Oh, interesting. Yes, Lou. I asked you if you saw. I'm so glad. It's a really, really cool bag. When I saw it, when I was packing it up, I was like, it's a shame that I've already auctioned this off because this could go missing. Also, I'm pretty sure a bug just flew down my shirt. Hold, please. Nope, I don't know what that was. Maybe it was just a piece of my hair. As a neurospicy peep, I love Aveeno because it rubs in super well. Oh, that's good to know. Erin hates the sensation of lotion also. My crocheted snail from you. Oh, yay! Natty, you got your crocheted snail too. Lou, did you see it? No, Lou, that's okay. Christine. I'm so glad that you guys got your raffle prizes. Well, they weren't a raffle. YouTube wasn't a raffle. I'm so glad that you guys got your prizes. Your sweepstakes giveaway. Low stakes, no entry required giveaways. Prizes. As a tattoo artist, also recommend Aveeno. Ooh, good to know, Janet. Wow, Aveeno, bag balm, Working Hands, Aquaphor. We have so many lotion wrecks in the chat right now. I think it's because, also, could this chair stop doing this, please? Because of the pressure of expectations with the holidays, it makes people break up. I could see that, Jade. That's valid. Native is also a good one. Okay, Joe, yes. Aaron and I are obsessed with Native everything. Honestly, we did a series of ads for them on the channel. And like, I really meant it. I really meant what I said, because the body wash especially smells so good. It's so fun. Love it. Aaron and I are absolutely fixated. Allie, yes, I was telling everyone about my fucking rashy hands yesterday. Good cry or bad cry? Wait, who's crying? Oh, I think Lou's good crying. Not a brand specific thing, but lotion with urea is really great for my poor skin. Oh, Christine, that's good to know. Oh, look, there's a link for one in the Discord chat. I need a crochet idea for a break. Please give me a random animal idea. Okay, Lou crocheted some snails a while ago for actually the prizes for bingo. And they were so cute. I don't know if that pattern is easily available, but highly recommend. Yes, Allie, it did. Look at the fingies. Mostly back to normal. Still a little swollen. Chose not to wear my wedding ring today out of fear that it would get stuck. I tell you what, I was thanking my lucky stars yesterday that I don't wear my wedding ring when I bake. Shady. Because my fingers got swollen and I would be heartbroken if I had to cut my wedding ring off, in like an emergency situation. So this has been, I suppose, sort of good luck in a weird way. So yeah, I'm going to wait a few days to put my wedding ring back on in case we have a resurgence. But so far, it's better. They're still a little sore, you know? They're like stingy. But I think that's normal. I was reading that is like very common with skin irritation from overwashing them. Which makes sense, honestly, because my skin is really sensitive to fragrance as it is. So, like, duh. Native has a body spray now? Oh, the commercial's very weird, but it looks cool. Interesting. Okay, I'm into that. I used to really like Native and still use their deo, but when they got bought and now they all have fragrance with questionable ingredients, so they've dropped a tier in my book at least. Wait, I didn't know they got bought out. That's weird. That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. I avoid the mint shades of which. Oh, hi, KY Cupcakes. Or Kiera, I suppose. The minty Native body washes was tingly. Oh no, I didn't even think about that, but that's so smart. Actually, okay, that happened to me. Oh, thank you, Christine. That happened to me with Dr. Bronner's or Castile soap, which is the one that's like a big ass clear bottle with just the little label on the front that's like, you know, like blue or green or whatever, and it's like very simple white text. There's like not really a whole lot happening there. Procter and Gamble bought them. Oh, of course. Procter and Gamble ruins everything. That's really sad. I don't remember what brand it is, but yeah, I just used it as regular body wash because it was in the shower of the person's whose house I was taking a shower at, and I was like, oh, duly noted. Yeah, I think it's Dr. Bronner's. When they say it's mint, they are so serious about it. Like, very serious. Be wary of using that on any sensitive body parts. I think it was diluted, but still, it was really something because it was very, very thin. So, Allie. Yeah. Not in a fun way. Okay. And on that note, ay, ay, ay. Let's watch this fuck-ass TV show. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to comment on honey pot pads. I'm not a gynecologist anyways, but I really do not fuck with those. I don't like that idea of like mint being in a menstrual product because I'm already in pain. Have I not suffered enough? Yes, Natty, we should. You're right. Okay, so we're watching at 1.25 speed. We are watching season 3, episode 1 of The Ultimatum. This episode is called The Split. If you're watching on your own device at home, please make sure the playback speed is correct. If you're bothered by the overlay or if you're new here, hi, we have to have it, unfortunately. You can watch it without the overlay while it is live only in our Discord room. You can access the Discord by joining the Snosh Blossoms here on Patreon, and then joining our silly little live stream room. But there will be no playbacks without the overlay available. I had some questions about this recently. There are no playbacks without the overlay available. If the stream should happen to get taken down, as in like yeeted off the platform, then you will see the replay show up on the copyright takedown files on Patreon, on Discord, and probably in the free tier on Patreon as well. But just so everybody knows, no playbacks without the overlay. I literally cannot accomplish that. I am very sorry. So if you are watching the replay, it will have to have the overlay on it. It's the way that the world works. So that's it. Let's watch this silly little episode. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Nope, I didn't turn my headphones on again. Why do I do this to myself? We're muting that though really quick because I don't need that music. Hey, Kiara. Okay. Let's see here.
As much of the love as I possibly can fit in my lifetime. I would love forever to start right now.
You're like the opposite of all of my mistakes.
Okay, but Christine, it's because
I want someone to make me feel like I am their dream woman, the person that they're choosing to start their life with, build a family with, buy their first home with. I want it all.
You bring an energy.
Hold on. It's first of all, the headphones, it's because they turn themselves off. And so I just don't bother turning them on until it's time, and then I forget that it's time. Also, if your partner currently doesn't make you feel the way that you want to feel in relationships, imposing an ultimatum to try to force them into proposing to you out of a substitute for that emotion or that feeling, not good. That we're already we need to back it up. We have missed a couple of steps because external validation in the form of societally approved of milestones like engagement, marriage, buying a home, having a baby will never be a substitute for a relationship that is inherently lacking in the emotional vulnerability, the emotional closeness, the emotional intimacy that you desire in order to feel seen and valued by your partner. You cannot substitute that. I am so sorry. That's not going to work, and it's also not okay. And trying to force your partner into those societally approved of milestones by issuing an ultimatum is also probably not a good practice, both because it brings up a lot of power and control issues, but also because at the very least, it's going to provide you with not your desired outcome, but it can also have the capacity to explode your relationship and cause a whole lot of harm to you emotionally, mentally, in a self-esteem kind of way. Subtitles on it. Thank you, Carolina. But also to your partner. Oh yeah, the subtitles are on. Why are the subtitles not working? Oh, you know what? It's because the show, hold on. It's because it's showing you the wrong thing. Because OBS hates me. There we go. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. If you have problems in your relationship, address them or end your relationship. Address them through genuine, open-hearted communication or end your relationship, because there's just not a world where that's an okay thing to do. or that it's going to work. Okay, here we go. We made it like 50 seconds into the show. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
At the end of this experience, I hope my partner will choose me in the way that I've chosen her. Why do I have to fight for you to love me?
This is a moment to see that the grass is greener somewhere else. This is more than just casual sex.
Yeah, we're lucky.
I think everybody should do a trial marriage. Try it before you buy it.
Your heart is extraordinary. I love you more now than I ever have.
What is this chair doing?
A lot of qualities that would make you a great husband. I'm feeling very overwhelmed right now.
I think we're advancing too fast.
I love him.
I don't know where your lips been.
I think the things I was sure about, I'm not sure at all about, and I think that that's what scares me about this.
If I don't leave here engaged, that's 2 failed relationships.
I'm putting my entire relationship on the line.
She looked at you in a way that she used to look at me. Maybe I can't be here. Are you with him or no?
Why do you care?
It's hard to watch the person that I love somebody else.
Love is not enough.
Why did we come here?
When you are deciding to marry somebody, it's forever.
Will you marry me?
This is such
Put
a
a ring on
fucking
it.
disaster.
I see a future
This
with
is
2
a
people at the same
disaster, I can
time.
already tell.
At some point, we're gonna have to decide, are we doing this or are we not doing this? That's why I'm giving my girlfriend an ultimatum.
I'm giving my boyfriend an
No.
ultimatum.
I'm giving my boyfriend
Okay.
an ultimatum.
Hold on. Can we look at this chair? This is where the chair is meant to be, and the chair literally is falling as I'm sitting in it. And this is why plus size people hate when straight size people say that being plus size is not a big deal, because the weight limit on this chair says that it's well over the weight that I weigh, and clearly that's not true. Clearly that's not true. Okay. Yeah, don't give your partner an ultimatum. No, I'm literally talking about the chair I'm sitting in. Did you guys see me going, It's because my chair is falling. Okay. Anyways, I'm distracted, so we're rewinding by 10 seconds. 2 minutes, 17 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Have to decide, are we doing this or are we not doing this? That's why I'm giving my girlfriend an ultimatum.
No.
I'm giving my boyfriend an ultimatum.
I'm giving my boyfriend an ultimatum.
Hello.
Welcome, guys.
Nick said, a fresh batch of people to whose lives I get
Want
to
to be
ruin.
with someone who wants to be with me as much as I want to be with them. There's just something special about a man who is like, I want to marry you.
Marry me or move on.
I'm Vanessa
This is
Lachey.
not the
And I'm
appropriate way
Nick
to deal
Lachey.
with this.
And this is the ultimatum.
No.
Welcome, everybody. Each of you have arrived as part of a couple.
Someone in the relationship has issued an ultimatum.
One of you is ready to be married, and the other one, not so much. Now, if you're receiving the ultimatum and you're not ready to get married, that's okay. It's natural to wonder, is there someone else out there that's better for me?
This
The way that it would be on site if I ever met Nick or Vanessa Lachey. Because the things that they say are so stupid. They're just asinine. The things that these people say. Here's the thing. Let's be very clear. First and foremost, marriage is not a foregone conclusion for all relationships. The idea that all people should want to get married is a farce. That's not real. Not everybody wants that, will want that, should want that, needs that, any of those other things, right? That's because it's a societal construction. It's a thing that we made up. Also, quite honestly, the origins of which have some pretty problematic and patriarchal and misogynistic leanings. And I'm not saying that marriage is a bad thing. I'm literally a married person, and I'm very happy being a married person. And marriage is not, yes, Fabian, marriage is not the finish line. It's not a thing that everybody is like aiming for or should be aiming for. So not wanting to be married is a perfectly morally neutral thing for many, many reasons that don't have anything to do with wanting to find a new partner, or like, I think the subtext here is like wanting to have sex with people besides your partner. That's a very simplistic and reductionist way to view this conundrum, right? Because the other part of this that's really important to address is that some people will have questions or hesitations about getting married to that partner in particular, right? It's entirely possible that the person who is being issued an ultimatum has said, no, I am not ready to get married, not because I disagree with the concept of marriage generally, but because I'm not confident about our relationship specifically. And so I will not pull that lever until it's time for us to really do that and be sure that that's a safe and okay and like lasting decision. Right? It's entirely possible. Yes, exactly, Allie. It's entirely possible that the person who's being issued an ultimatum has said, I don't feel confident in X, Y, or Z aspects of our relationship, and so I want to work on them. But the partner who's issuing the ultimatum has said, no, I don't want to do that. Or they've engaged in that work in a bad faith way. Right? There's a lot of complexity and nuance in regards to relationships generally, but especially this big question of like, do we want to legally and financially, and for some people, spiritually or religiously, tie ourselves together? That's a very serious commitment for many, many reasons. And so acting as though it's as simple as, well, yes, exactly, Hunter, maybe there's better dick out there, is so reductionist and also inherently biased. This, I think, explores or exposes, rather, the inherent bias that these two chuckleheads carry around as the supposed hosts of all of these romantic sort of aimed shows, which is that they view marriage as a finish line, as the moral and correct and right thing to do, and a thing that all people will want. And that it's a thing that if your relationship is successful, if you're good enough for your partner, then they'll want to marry you. Right? And none of that is true. None of that is true, but I think the Lachey's really believe that, which is why they have positioned themselves as experts in shows like this, or Netflix, Kinetic Content rather, has positioned them as experts in these particular reality TV shows, because it's clear that the Lachey's have problems generally. In case you weren't aware, Nick Lachey has some really interesting interactions that he's had with paparazzi and things like that. But also just relationally, yeah, their track record is not great. We're not batting 1,000, so don't trust anything that these people say. Bringing people bringing someone here just to want the wedding and not a relationship. Yes, Natty, thank you. Yes, a lot of it I think has more to do with the idea of a big song and dancing show of like, look, somebody picked me, right? And now we get to wear fancy clothes and book a fancy event and have a party and big cake and all the things. And I want to be clear. That's a very fun thing. It's very fun. I enjoyed it. It was a fun thing. I'm a self-described attention whore, and I enjoyed being part of a unit that was the center of attention for the day. But Aaron and I didn't get married because we wanted a wedding. We got married because we wanted a marriage and we wanted to tie our lives together. That's different. Wanting to tie your lives together with someone should be the goal. And I think for some of these people, it's more about the social status and the thing than it is the relationship. It is a little sad. Yeah. Okay, let's just keep going. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to explore two very different visions of what your married life could be like.
Zaina,
also,
you
that's
gave
not
the
true.
ultimatum to JR.
I did. We have so much in common, from our upbringing to our favorite Thai food order. Everything just aligned so perfectly. We met on a dating app.
She was stunning when I first saw her.
Oh.
She's always finding ways to spice up life for me. She did tell me that I was the first to make her orgasm.
Babe.
I don't know if that's like she's just lying, trying to gas me up.
Hope my mom does not watch this. It's true. We have been together for almost 3 years now, and if we were in our 20s, I would have a totally different perspective, but being in your 30s, it hits differently.
See?
Women do have a biological time clock. I'm considering freezing my eggs. It's just really difficult to be here and have to issue an ultimatum to understand like whether or not we want to be together long term.
So Zaina is the right person, but I've been through a lot of bad relationships in my past, including a failed marriage, because I do not want to get divorced again.
I know how much hurt that divorce impacted you. If we're not dating with the intent to get married, then what are we doing?
Dating? Spending your lives together? Also, yeah, this idea about the biological clock, no. That and listen, I don't want to be a science denier who says that people of all ages have exactly the same amount of odds to conceive a pregnancy, like to carry a pregnancy, because obviously we know that that's not true, right? But let's be very clear that for a lot of people, it doesn't matter what age you are, that they have a very, very, very difficult time, if not, it's impossible for them to conceive a child and to carry a child, right? So, or a pregnancy rather. So the idea that you have to get married before you turn 35 in order to start having babies and do all this stuff, like, please, let's stop doing that. It also is based in an inherently patriarchal and misogynistic myth. Yes, Aria. Fertility research that's based on the early 19th century that has a lot more to do with commodifying the worth of women than it does with the actual research around conception, pregnancy, childbirth, and all of those things, right? It's just a very reductionist way to view the body of folks who can conceive or carry a pregnancy, and it's also not a reason to get married. Again, that's not a reason to get married, because what you're saying is that what you want is a child, not a marriage. Those two things don't have to go together. I understand that for a lot of people you might want them to, but they don't need to, right? And so if you're saying I want to get married because I want to have a baby, well then maybe you don't actually want to get married, you just want to have a kid, which is a different conversation. And also, again, this is the thing we talked about, which is that this person, this man said, you know, she is the right person and I want to marry her, but I have some trauma around this issue and I'm hesitant, essentially. So what we need to be doing is encouraging our partner to go to therapy, right? That man needs to work on his things, and we need to have a collective conversation about building trust in our relationship, right? Creating safety in our relationship, speaking openly about our traumas, having an open dialogue about the concerns that exist, right? What about our relationship gives you pause? Is there something in particular that is causing you to feel unsafe as far as making, you know, these legally and you know, very serious financial decisions together that we can have a discussion about in order to create a better feeling of safety, right? But have we tried that? Are we doing that? Did we go to therapy? Did we have a conversation about these things? Did we open that dialogue? Did he go to therapy? Did she go to get therapy? Did we go to therapy together? Jesus Christ, did we listen to a podcast? Did we go to a seminar? Did we read a book? Did we talk to a life coach? Did we fucking Google it first before we ended up here? I don't understand how the progression from this person won't marry me to let's get on a TV show about it. There's like 85 fucking steps. There's like a flowchart of steps that go in many different directions that could have taken before we ended up fucking here. And to be fair, I think a lot of it has to do with the very predatory way that Netflix and Kinetic Content recruit folks for the show, and that the social understanding of shows like this is that, like, you'll be famous and, you know, you can make a career off of Instagram after doing this, right? So that's an aspect of it, but still, this is just none of this is good. Okay, 5 minutes in, pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
I too was previously married, divorced, so I understand the hurt, the scars that exist from that. How much do you think that is playing a role in your unwillingness to take that next step?
So my marriage, there was infidelity. And when I think about marriage, I think I'm spending the rest of my life with this individual, like until you die. It's a lot to think about. And I want to make sure that she's the right one.
Zaina, do you think you're willing to walk away at the end of this if you're not engaged?
I've never met anyone like JR, but I have to.
Nick, you have given Sandy the ultimatum.
Justice for Jessica Simpson.
I'm at a point in my life
Yes.
where I'm ready to
In many
settle down.
ways.
I'm an artist. My head is pretty wild and abstract, and I'm ready for a more chill home life.
The
And
fuck
you're
does
really
that
pretty.
mean?
Thank you.
Our relationship was, at the beginning, 3 a.m. click-clack up my stairs.
Olivia.
And her pounding on the door after she was out at the clubs. And,
But that's a compliment.
and it was. I knew
If
that
I'm drunk
I mattered.
calling you, that's a big compliment because I don't drunk call anybody.
I'm ready to move out of LA, somewhere near a lake, somewhere with some tranquility, have some dogs and some kids eventually. She has these incredible maternal instincts, and I know we'd have a beautiful family.
I do see, a life where that's amazing. I just don't know if it's right now.
Nick, how does it make you feel?
Old.
Can Vanessa Lachey stop trying to play therapist, please? She's neither qualified nor equipped to host this conversation, which is actually a very complex one. Yes, you can have a home life without marriage, because again, what he's voicing is a desire to, I think the subtext here is to stop going out clubbing and drinking and partying and doing things that he views as young, right? You can do that. You can do that without getting married. It seems like his expectation, though, is that if they get married, then he has a greater leverage with which to try to force her into settling down, having babies, and exercising her amazing maternal instinct. And that's, first of all, gross. But second of all, not true. If a person is not in a place in their life where they're interested in moving to a more rural location, partying or drinking less, having children, having a more settled down attitude towards their life, then they're not. And then we need to have a conversation about, okay, well, we have a mismatch, right, in our expectations. You want this thing, I want this thing. How do we meet in the middle, or do we, right? Is the decision for us that we love each other, but at this point in time, it's just not going to work, right? That's a conversation that ideally I think would be hosted with a professional, not a professional actor. He's ready to be the lazy bare minimum husband. It kind of comes across that way. I wasn't going to say that, but it is kind of giving lazy boy recliner, Ooh, okay. I'm ready for the misogyny. I'm not. Oy. Yeah, you can do all of these things without getting married. Let's be very clear about that. Okay, 6 minutes and 37 seconds. I'm pressing play in 3, 2, 1. You're right, Muthi. I take it back.
I think my version of fun and her version of fun is a little different at this point.
So why do you need to get married?
And
get married.
I'm stage coaching, basically.
He's 10 years older than me. We don't live together yet. He wants to move in. He's lived in the city for 15 years. I haven't.
You haven't lived together yet? And you want to go from dating and living separately to married? That's cuckoo bananas behavior. Cuckoo bananas behavior. Yes, Pixie Floyd, that's also, or Pixel Floyd, excuse. That's also a very important thing for us to discuss, which is that this man dated a woman who's 10 years younger than him and is now surprised Pikachu when she wants to do the age appropriate and, sort of societally motivated things to do, which are things like partying and drinking and festivaling and whatever, right? Okay. So again, this is a mismatch then, and the question is whether or not we are able to come to some kind of middle ground. And if we're not, then the decision is that we need to no longer be together. Not, I'm going to try to bully you into accepting my proposal so that I can then bully you into being a domestic servant who's no longer able to go out because I've secluded you into a fucking lake house. Ew, this is all bad vibes. Yeah, I'm only 30 and I'm like, you know, maybe we should do some more stupid things. Ay, ay, ay. Did I miss something? Hold on. Yeah, but I think that's very valid, Allie. You're correct that relationships aren't an escalator and some partners will never live together, and that's a valid choice. And I think these two view them as an escalator, and the choice to go from living separately to getting married and ostensibly living together, not a good idea. There's a whole bunch of conflict and like storming and forming that will likely happen when two people cohabitate that could lead to a breakup, right? And that's very valid. Sometimes living together is something that is just not feasible for two people, and that's fine, right? Because then, you know, that's the point at which we should ask, okay, well, we were good when we lived separately, so are we okay with that, right? Is that okay? I think for these people, the answer would probably be no. But for people who don't view escalators in that, or relationships in an escalator kind of way, then like that might be fine, right? But again, I think for these people, the expectation is very much the escalation into like love, marriage, baby carriage. And I don't think it's wise to jump 3 steps into just getting married when we have disagreements about the very basic fundamental like life stage things. I just got married and my husband still wants me to have a social life. I can go out if I want, and all he requires is that I get home safely and keep him updated if something comes up. What a world. Yes, exactly, Kay. Because that's the other thing. She could be going out with her friends. She could be maintaining the social life that brings her joy, right? We could compromise by asking him to make an effort to participate in her social life every now and again, and for her to make an effort to prioritize things that bring him joy, which is to be, you know, like cozy movie nights, right? Evenings in, you know, cooking at home, whatever. There's very much a world where that's a reasonable compromise, but I don't think that's what he's really asking. I think what he's saying is that I want you to stop doing that so that you can be of service to me, which is why he wants to get married. To be fair, we're making a lot of jumps and judgment based on like a whole shitload of nothing. So it's entirely possible that these people are like super kind and wonderful and we're just dumb and wrong, but you know. Okay, 7 minutes and like 2 seconds-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I am madly in love with this woman, but we've been fighting. I don't want to get choked up.
You're crying?
The idea of walking away from her.
Why are you laughing at him for
hard.
crying?
I don't want to part ways, but if it was what was best for each other individually, then I would take that road.
Let me know how the volume is. I turned it up for me, but
you have issued the ultimatum to Caleb.
Yes, I am 24, but even though I am young, I do know what I want. My career is going great. I feel good emotionally, mentally. Probably, I think within the first week we got to know each other, I made it incredibly clear I do want marriage and I do want kids.
I understand that marriage could provide like that mental security, but I'm a little worried that she's in a rush for it. And her being younger than me is like, you know, enjoy life.
We're 2 years in, if you still have some hesitancy, then I feel as though I'm wasting a little bit of my time.
Are you willing to walk away from this relationship if you guys can't align on that?
I love Caleb, but at the end of this, if I have to make that decision, I feel confident I'm making the right decision.
Mariah is beautiful. I mean, it could just be my own eyes talking, but I want to get to know her.
This is my boyfriend, Dave, of about almost 3 years. Anytime I bring up...
Hold on. Listen, I am hardly the person to judge because Aaron and I met when we were 14 and started dating when we were 15 and then got married when we were 20. We had soda at our wedding reception. It was all very young. So I don't know that I am sitting on any ledge from which to preach because we made a decision that, looking back, was very irresponsible. And we're really lucky that it worked out, right? To be fair, we've also made a really conscious effort by making a lot of, like, you know, individual therapy appointments and couples therapy appointments and our own work and self-discovery and all of those things, right? So I think we got very lucky and we've put in a lot of work. So I don't necessarily feel like it's okay for me to throw the book at people like this. And I want to be super clear. Having dated for 2 years and being 24 years old and this being her second relationship, there's a lot of factors that are colliding there to feel like this is maybe not a smart decision. The statistics are not in your favor here, right? I do want to be clear about that. Statistically, getting married this young when you haven't had the opportunity to experience life in such a way that you have a good grasp on your sense of individuality and your identity outside of that partner puts you at an increased risk for getting divorced. That's the long and short of it. And it's really not smart for people in this age bracket to be insisting that they get married super quickly, right? I understand her being clear about wanting to get married and have children, but I think for a lot of people, the expectation would be like one day, right? Surely not in the next year or two. And apparently it was in the next year or two. This is also why it's very, very important to have specific conversations about these issues. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream. Okay, let's keep going. 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
A marriage, it just seems like this taboo topic that we can't really talk about. It seems uncomfortable, and I just don't know why. He's expressed that he wants to get married, but the timeline is non-existent.
Marriage is for sure on the horizon, but I'm not in a huge rush.
You say you're not in a huge rush, but if the person who you love and adore is communicating to you that she's in a little bit of a rush,
haven't even talked
does that
about
influence
it.
where you want to see this thing go?
It's just a slow decision-making process.
I don't know why he can't just commit to me in a marriage going forward. Like, is there something about me that is not just making you want to dive right in? I deserve someone who is 100% certain about me.
You know, it never feels great to...
Listen, this is, we can't talk about it, so we got on a TV show. Again, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of forcing people to participate in the relationship escalator or using an ultimatum to try to manipulate your partner into action when they're clearly not ready. And if your partner is stonewalling you to the degree that you literally cannot talk about something that is very important to you, we have a problem, right? We need to be, again, making decisions from an individual place, right? Not as part of this contiguous unit, but you as an individual need to be making decisions about what your limits and boundaries are in a relationship. And I would really encourage everybody to be firm about not finding yourself in relationships with folks where you literally cannot express yourself. It's one thing for your partner to take their time to feel safe and comfortable to express things, right? To speak more openly, or for that dialogue to develop so that they feel safe, right? Everybody comes to the table with their own traumas, and it's entirely possible that one of his traumas is, not feeling safe to communicate openly, right? There are a world of reasons why that might be happening. And so it's not okay to say he has to, But if he is censoring you and telling you you're not allowed to X, Y, or Z, we have a problem. We have an issue. There's a power and control thing going on for sure. But there is also the question about whether or not your relationship is ever going to be a safe place for you to feel seen and valued and heard. If your partner not only has no interest in what you think and feel and want to say, but also is actively silencing you, that really begs the question whether this person does really love you, or they just like being in a relationship with the idea of somebody like you. That's not okay. I get the idea of what's wrong with me, why not me? that means you need to do something to gain a sense of self in this relationship as well, of confidence in yourself. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I understand where she's coming from, right? In the sense that, like, he won't even talk to me about it. And so it does beg the question, is it me? Is there something about me? But the venue for hosting that conversation is not here. It's never here. I mean, let's be clear about that. But this dynamic is never going to lead to a successful relationship where both people feel seen and heard if it's never addressed at some point. This is not okay. Everyone would benefit from a single interpersonal communication class. Yes, very much so. Yeah, I want to be clear. I'm not like rah, everybody should get on the relationship escalator person. And for some people, it is the right choice. For some people, it is important and it does matter to them. That's okay. It can matter to you. We are all going to have things in life that matter to us differently. And this matters to her. She should have a partner who cares enough to be willing to hear what she has to say about it, right? It's one thing to say we're in different places. We've talked about it and we just do not agree, right? I don't feel ready. I don't feel safe. I have trauma around the thing. I'm not ready for reasons X, Y, or Z. But for him to just basically say, how about you shut up, actually? Because the answer is no and it's not up for debate. Do you even like her? Like... That's fucked up. And she's right. She does deserve to have a partner who feels sure about her. I just don't think that the way to go about it is by forcing an ultimatum and getting on a TV show. Eames, that's really exciting. Congratulations on your job. That's a big deal. Yay. Okay. Yeah, just same. All right. 9 minutes and 32 seconds-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
To be in a relationship where you feel like you are doing everything to show someone that you're good enough and that they might not feel the same way despite what you can give them.
Scotty, you gave the ultimatum, yeah?
I did.
I want to marry him. I just don't think right now is the best time. We're in 2 different cities currently. I'm like peak of my career right now. And I just feel like if I were to do that, it'd be me moving and me having to do a lot of sacrificing to make him happy. I do have a fear that I do something just because a man wants me to do it, because I feel like that's kind of how my parents were. And I feel like my mom ended up resenting my dad and they're not together anymore.
At a certain point you have...
There's a lot going on here. A lot that's going on here that could probably be addressed in both individual and couples therapy, because what she's saying to me sounds like, first of all, our relationship is unequal, right? It sounds like she feels as though he wants what he wants and he gets what he wants, and she's finally putting her foot down to say no more, right? If you want to get married, that means that I have to move, I have to sacrifice, I have to do all of these things in order to give you a thing that, sure, maybe we both want it, but I don't want it right now, and so I don't want that. I don't want to do that. That's, I think, a perfectly valid boundary. Additionally, though, it sounds like there's some personal, like, individual trauma from her background with her parents and things like that. And also, again, he's not being receptive to that. We're not having a dialogue. There's no communication should be like sort of oozing back and forth, right? Oozing's a terrible word, but diffusing back and forth, right? We should be having our communication is here and it ends up on our partner side over there, and then it gets transmuted into another thing with their understanding and gets brought back over here, and then they add new things to it, and we're doing this. We're doing this, right? It's like a glass with 2 colors of food coloring in it, right? We should be influencing and coloring and changing each other through a love and compassion and mutual understanding, so that we're together combining our shared experiences to create this new thing that, while we both still have our own distinct entities and remain our own little jars of food coloring, right? We're also creating a thing, right? This is why people do fucking sand vases and stuff at their wedding ceremonies. It's essentially a visual representation of that. It should be that. This is not that. It doesn't sound like this is that at all. Yes, exactly. Hi, Shanice. Wait, you've been here. Oh, hi, Athenais. Thanks for coming. I'm not hearing anything about Scotty being willing to relocate or compromise. Exactly. That, like, where is that conversation? Why are we not having that conversation? Okay. 10:24. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's a question like, okay, like, is it life situations surrounding marriage that are making you hesitate, or is it the person that you're with?
Did you ask
Ari's
her that?
not ready to be married by the end of this experience, I'm gonna move on.
That's
Maybe
really
you've
hateful.
heard, I did issue an ultimatum to Nick. We dated for 5 years. And so I've talked about the fact that I've given an ultimatum, but what I've never talked about is what I actually truly did. And I kept pointing the finger, and I took that finger and I turned it to myself. And then I had to say, what am I not giving him? I'm not giving him the respect that I'm asking. I'm not giving.
Whoa. No, Vanessa, no. I meant what I said. If I ever meet Nick or Vanessa Lachey in person, I have so many words. Only words that I would express. Only words. Because I'm an adult who's capable of engaging in a way that is safe. Many words, though. This is such an unsafe fucking thing to say, but also expectation to perpetuate. She's essentially saying if your man won't marry you, it's because you're not trying hard enough or you're not giving him X, Y, or Z. No, girl, no. There's like 3,000 different reasons that someone could be saying no to not getting married to you. And also, if we're perpetuating not just marriage as a foregone conclusion in all relationships, because that's the healthy and successful thing to do, but also saying that if your male partner won't get engaged to you, it's because you're not giving him the respect that he deserves. And I'm sure it's going to be the communication that I want, all of these things. What you're doing is perpetuating a very patriarchal expectation about women being the partners who should mold and cut off little bits of themselves, tie themselves up into knots to please men for male approval. No. It's one thing to say, let's survey my contribution, right? What am I bringing to the table? What are the cards that I'm putting on the table? Are some of them giving my partner pause, right? That's different. Saying, you know what, how has my behavior or my communication in this relationship impacted my partner, or, poked and prodded at their trauma wounds maybe? What are times that I've been not receptive or, not a safe person? Maybe we should have a conversation about that, but we should build both. Be doing that. Ideally, we're both having that conversation, not because you're desperate for male approval, but because we care deeply about being people who care about our partners, who are safe for our partners. Like, yes, Shanice, of course. Women should stop perpetuating this expectation. Women, first of all, don't need the approval of men. There's no world where that's a okay or safe thing to perpetuate. But also, yeah, it is kind of giving the like, well, he cheated on you because of, X, Y, or Z thing. And like, no. If somebody is treating you in a way that causes you to feel as though you're not cared for, respected, loved, valued, that's because they made the choice to do that, not because you made them hurt you. This is like an abuse pipeline thing to say. Ugh. Okay, 11, 15-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Giving him the communication that I want. There's an age gap, and I was still going out, I'm partying with my girls, and I'm telling him I want to be a mom. He's like, cool, okay. So I'll see you at 2:30 when you get home. We were both Scorpios, we're stubborn, and we were getting nowhere.
Scorpio right here.
Oh, here we go. Everyone's pointing to the Scorpio.
No, not the Scorpio slander.
100%.
Like too much fire. Are November 9th, and so, yeah.
Baby, Scorpio is a water sign, first of all, so let's be very clear about that. But also, your sun sign is like 1/100th of your fucking astrology. So let's be very clear about that. Just, I hate it. I hate every part of this conversation. It's also so asinine. Okay, 11:42. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Both have the same birthday?
Same birthday.
Whoa.
So you can imagine the therapy sessions.
I just want to encourage you all, don't let your past define your future. What I truly always wanted in my life, which was to have a beautiful marriage and a beautiful family, if I hadn't retained my belief in that, I wouldn't have ever realized the beautiful life that I have with this woman. And we sit up here, we don't have it figured out.
Oh, hell no.
We struggle all the time. You know,
We had a fight last night getting ready for here, but we had to clear the air.
So, but when you love each other, you believe in each other and you're aligned.
It's beautiful.
These are real stakes. And that's why we asked you all who've issued the ultimatum, are you willing to walk away? Because that may be what has to happen. No one can predict what those answers are going to be. But if you're honest with yourselves and each other, you're going to get those answers you need.
Tonight is your last night together as a couple. Tomorrow, you'll break up and become exes.
You will all be single.
Yes,
You'll have 1 week to
Penguin.
date freely
Thank you.
with anyone in this room.
And in 1 week, you...
Real quick, also, like, yes, very much love and validation to all of the Scorpio placements wherever in your chart, because you're not inherently toxic, like Penguin said. But also love and approval for all of the people who have any astrology or zodiac sign that has been maligned as like stubborn or fake or a liar or flighty or whatever, because one part of your astrology doesn't define you. And also, quite frankly, none of your astrology does. Even the most comprehensive, thorough birth chart doesn't define who you are. You're a person, not an input-output machine. You're a whole ass human being with free will who gets to make decisions that are guided by a whole bunch of different influences. And so you can't be defined by your astrology. It's not, again, it's not a foregone conclusion about your personality or who you are or your capacity for love or emotion or relationships or intimacy or depth or communication or kindness, any of those things. You're a person. Yes, Scorpios unite. Yeah, this is Scorpio stellium. I'm uniquely offended. Of course, they dunk on Pisces later. I'm a Scorpio and my husband and both children are Capricorns. It's all kinds of shenanigans in this house. Yes, why? Yeah, Cancer's getting maligned as whiny crybabies when actually a lot of the characteristics for Cancer signs can be people who are the protectors, the home, the defensive, or, you know, like sort of first line of defense for yourself and for other people. Cancers can be literally home. You are home for yourself and for other people sometimes. Not a whiny crybaby. Also, since when is being a whiny crybaby a bad thing? Emotions are morally neutral also. I wonder if Vanessa and Nick ever did separate, if we would ever find that out. Like, all these shows are predicated upon their relationship in a way. Honestly, I am personally of the belief that Nick and Vanessa sit upon a throne of fractured lies. I don't think they fucking like each other at all. I really don't. I think they believe that when love is tumultuous and wild and crazy and you have super aggressive fights, that like that means that you're in love. And like, no, it doesn't. It means that you guys have fucking problems that you should work on probably. Okay. 12:55. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
We'll be back right here for the choice. You'll each choose a partner who you think has all of the qualities that you want in a spouse.
You'll move in together for a 3-week trial marriage.
You mean you're going to pick the hottest
you'll do it all
person
over
here
again
who will talk to you?
with the person you're sitting next to right now.
Now, obviously, an engagement ring is a symbol of your commitment to marriage. So, we thought we'd add a little sparkle to this season. We have provided a selection of rings that you may use if you choose to propose.
I like the cushion.
Can I try it on?
Now, the terms of the ultimatum are very clear. At the end of this experience, you'll either be engaged or alone, or possibly in love with someone new.
Right, because fuck just saying, you know, I like you,
This experience
and
will
maybe
be
we could
challenging
just try
and at
dating
times
after this.
uncomfortable. And I want to be honest with you,
I
it
know,
should be
sponsored.
uncomfortable. Choosing someone to commit your life to is one of the biggest decisions that you will ever make. And either way, your lives will be changed forever. Here's to love.
Cheers to coerced intimacy. That's so fun. Doesn't everyone love that?
To have to give someone an ultimatum is already a lot. Now, to give someone an ultimatum and they could potentially walk out with someone else, it's wild. But I think that the ultimatum will give us the answers we need because we're pushing ourselves and each other to the brink of uncomfortability.
I love Nick,
That's
but
called
the grass
coercion
could
and
always be
manipulation.
greener. JR is hot.
Everybody knows that's what marriage is made of. That's how I would choose too. You know, like I came here because my partner won't get married to me. Let me find the hottest man in the room to have sex with, though.
Baby, I know all the games you play. I've seen it all before.
That's probably a great strat. Okay. There's a lot of music happening here. Just B-roll, B-roll,
Everybody in that room
B-roll.
that was
Here we go.
receiving the ultimatum, they felt like they were like in trouble. You have to think that the person
Dave
who's
and
giving you the
Vanessa.
ultimatum is giving you it for a reason, like a good reason, and not like
Is mine not a good reason? At the end of the day, you either know or you're questioning if that's the
Yeah.
right person for you.
I do feel like I have been 1,000% committed to you.
It confuses
What
me
does that
when
have
you're
to do
like,
with
oh, but I
anything?
am 100% committed to you, and I
I
am
am.
all these things,
Yeah.
and I show you that, but then you're like, oh, but marriage, oh.
I don't go, oh, marriage. Like, that's
Okay,
not what
but-
I do.
Okay.
Why is it that marriage screams to you, he's more committed than he was before, and I needed that?
I feel like I've
Because
answered this question at
society?
least 1,000 times.
You're gonna have to answer it one more time.
You know, if I could be with someone who's like gung-ho, like ready to dive in the deep end without any hesitations or questions about
How
like
deep is
going.
the deep end?
What do you mean? We're here. If you
He's asking the most inane questions. What do you mean? Again, I want to be clear. I am by no means positioning marriage as the only choice that people have to make about deepening their relationship, right? Demonstrating a sense of commitment and intimacy can be things like choosing to cohabitate or, you know, sharing phone passwords. It could be having children together. It could be meeting families. It could be, you know, sharing your finances or any number of things, right? It doesn't have to be marriage. But to say, well, you know, what about marriage says that I'm committed to you? To deny the truth about how society and I would say the general public views marriage is simply naive and, in my opinion, intentionally obtuse. You're intentionally missing the point here, sir. Because basically what you're saying is like, well, I don't understand why marriage is that big of a deal. Yes, you do. You're choosing to tell your partner that you don't understand their perspective, even though you probably do. You're just seeking to invalidate it for the purpose of dodging her requests, essentially. You're seeking to devalue her opinion by saying, well, but who said? I don't know, the world. It's one thing to say, okay, well, I don't agree with that, right? Or I don't feel good about getting married just because it's a social convention, because to me, I want to demonstrate my commitment and my intimacy to you through other means, right? Maybe I don't want to get married. Maybe I don't feel comfortable with marriage. Maybe I do want to get married to you, but this time in our lives is not right, like that other woman said. And so I want to demonstrate my commitment to you through some other way. That's perfectly valid, but he's not saying that. He's just pretending that he doesn't understand why she cares about a thing that is sort of universally cared about by the vast majority of people, especially in the confines of a cis-het relationship where that is particularly prevalent. Reminds me of flat earthers rhetoric, always just asking questions. Yeah, this is the sea lioning thing, especially be very mindful of this as well in political discourse, especially as we're moving into the administration that we're moving into. Folks who do this where they say, well, I'm just asking questions, man. I'm just trying to understand your point of view. You know, like, well, explain to me, you know, why does it matter? You know, what's the big deal with bodily autonomy? Why do you need to control your body? Because I fucking should be able, like, what do you mean? Be very wary of people who do this to you, because they're essentially just trying to exhaust you and do what he just did. Well, you're going to have to answer that question again. Either they're trying to exhaust you into submission, right? Or into shutting up, basically. This is a well-documented tactic by people who engage in debates and discussions in bad faith. Move away. Don't engage. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your effort. Don't bother trying to convince somebody or share your time and energy with someone who is committed to misunderstanding you. It's a waste. It's a waste of your beautiful time and energy and essence. You deserve to share your, value with people who actually care, who actually really care about those things and are willing to be receptive to that, right? And especially in a romantic context, if your partner is doing this to you where they're almost never receptive to your perspective unless you prove that your perspective is valid enough, we have a problem, right? This is a manipulation tactic, essentially. Your partner is manipulating you. And sure, maybe not every person is doing it intentionally, but they are still very much doing it. And it's very important to get that addressed before we make any decisions about long-term legally binding things. Because again, this can turn into abuse depending on whether somebody's doing it intentionally or not. Not to take away from the point, we really got to stop wasting energy on the people that just dismiss. Yes. I had a boss tell me I didn't know what I want or who I was because I identify as queer and neurodivergent. Ay, ay, ay. It reminded me of a voice of a guy at work who told me that period pains are a scam because his girlfriend doesn't have them. These are people who are committed to misunderstanding the point. Yeah. So, this is a red flag. This is very much a red flag. Okay, 1638, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I feel like you're never gonna commit to me. We're done. Like I genuinely mean that.
Okay, so just walk away then. Don't do this. An ultimatum is also a manipulation.
That you want to give me like this big of a pressure, like the ultimatum. I mean, there's a very high likelihood that I connect with somebody during the dating week.
Oh, he's threatening her. Okay.
The girl who's sitting right across from us.
Mariah.
I was like, that's really interesting.
Now he's threatening her. He's vaguely threatening her by saying, I'm surprised that you want to do this because, the girl across the table from us was looking real good. Essentially what he's doing is threatening to leave you because he knows that you want to be in this relationship, but he is essentially dangling the commitment in front of you like a carrot on a treadmill. This is so manipulative. This is coercive. This man is never going to make you feel secure or safe in your relationship because he is committed to being a person who maintains a level of power over you that he will weaponize at a moment's notice in order to achieve validation, convenience, just generally what he wants. This is bad, bad, bad vibes. You are so much better served by saying, okay, go fuck yourself. See you never. Than by trying to convince this person to see you as legitimate and valid, because he never will. People like this, men like this, will never see your opinion as valid. Because first of all, they're obsessed with themselves. But second of all, because they are misogynistic, patriarchal, power-hungry fucking jerks. Don't date these men. Don't date these men. Especially not in the incoming administration. Don't date these men. Fuck them. Fuck them. You, especially in a world where female friendships in a binary are so incredibly don't fuck them either. Not like that. I mean, like, they can go fuck themselves. That's what I mean. Sorry. Good point. But especially in a world where female friendships, again, in a binary, are so incredibly emotionally intimate and fulfilling and life-giving and wonderful, right? In a world where platonic soulmates exist, no one needs a man like this. Not for cohabitation or commitment or relationships, especially not for sex. Don't have sex with these men. Don't date these men because they're abusive. That's not a hot take. I know that there are going to be people in my comments who are going to be like, wow, I can't believe a therapist. You're right. I'm a therapist, and I'm endorsing and encouraging human beings to not date men or fuck men or have sex with men or be in relationship with men or give these men the time of day when they're abusive. Don't do that. Don't do that, because you as a human being are so incredibly complex and beautiful and rich and full of life and energy and confidence and kindness and all the things, so many things. You as a human being matter so incredibly much. You have a whole world inside of you with which to share with other people. And people like this, first of all, don't appreciate it. He's not even going to see it. But second of all, he wants to strip you of that. He wants to take that from you so that he can force you to live the life that he wants. Don't do that. Never do that. Find a world of community and friendships and relationships, romantic relationships, sexual relationships even, that you get to be yourself in, and with people who are like, yeah, look at all of the wonderful things that you have to share with us. Our lives are enriched by that. Not that this man thinks that you're an inconvenience to him because of the whole world inside of you. Look, emotionally, you know what I mean. What about my hair? Is my hair fucked up? Oh, yes. Hellfire, actually, you're so right. Boop, boop, boop. Remember, queer men can be like this too. Yes, very much so. That's a whole TED Talk all on its own, but y'all aren't ready for that conversation, so let's keep going. 17 minutes and 20 seconds pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Like, she was like,
she's 24.
I'm just telling you what I thought was interesting.
See, I'm not saying I want to date her. I'm just saying I thought she was interesting. Intentionally
just get some answers. It's crazy.
Being obtuse.
Nick and Vanessa did say that they broke up, and that's what kind of brought them back together.
Yeah.
So I feel like us breaking up in this experience will bring us back together stronger than ever.
This is why people like Vanessa Lachey sharing things about her fucked up ass relationship harms people. You see what's happening here? Well, Vanessa said, don't use Vanessa Lachey as your measuring stick. Yeah, don't follow the Nick and Vanessa model. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, no one fucking date those men. No one give those men the time of day. Okay, 1754, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And then,
but that's only if I give you the answer that you want. You've given me the ultimatum. You're saying you're ready to get married, but if we are to take that step, how do you see yourself as my wife?
it's kind of crazy how you say, how am I ready to be a wife? And I feel like we've gone through so much where I proved that I'm really here for you in all of our moments, and it's still a question.
You've been there for me, but I've been there for you too. When we first met, you was Ubering. You know, you're doing Uber Eats. Who was with you every day?
You.
After I finished working, I'm with you, pulling up to the spot. I'm hopping out, getting the food, jumping back in. We off to the next race. Like,
well, I'm not saying that you were never there for me.
Hold on. Is he being serious right? Let's. High five, thank you. Hold on. We're rewinding. Did he just say what I think he said? I thought. Okay, 18 minutes even. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Take that step.
how do you see yourself as my wife?
It's kind of crazy how you say.
No, 10 more seconds. Hold on.
You've given me the ultimatum. You're saying you're ready to get married, but if we are to take that step, how do you see yourself as my wife?
It's kind of crazy how you say, how am I ready to be a wife? And I feel like we've gone through so much where I proved that I'm really here for you in all of our moments, and it's still a question.
You've been there for me, but I've been there for you too. When we first met, you was Ubering. You know, you're doing Uber Eats. Who was with you every day?
You.
After I finished working, I'm with you, pulling up to the spot. I'm hopping out, getting the food, jumping back in. We off to.
Which is what? Is this meant to be a demonstration of? Also, yes, I did one thing for you years ago, but also, is this meant to be a demonstration of some kind of above and beyond? You spent time with your partner, first of all, while she was working a job that allows you guys to spend time together rather than sitting at home. But also, you supported your partner through a difficult period of time in her life. And you want, a medal for that? Yes, it is very transactional. Yes, it is very transactional. Just, it's an example of him being there for her. I also want to point out how she said, after everything that I've done, it hurts that this is still a question. Instead of addressing her feelings, instead of going in and understanding, okay, you're feeling hurt because, I'm expressing opinion X, Y, or Z. I'm going to try to interface with your emotions. He said, oh yeah, well, I was there for you too. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Your partner just told you that she feels hurt and you were like, yeah, well, I supported you while you were poor. Remember? Pavo. Okay. Thanks for weaponizing that. Like, I don't understand what this is meant to demonstrate other than that you're being, again, really fucking hurtful to your partner. This is a moment that it doesn't matter. Okay, let's just 1846, pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Hi, Katie.
Well, I'm not saying that you were never there for me. I'm just saying that I just don't want to constantly be called your wife and then nothing ever come from it,
It's gonna happen. I just don't think right now is just the right time. Think about it, like you just got started in marketing. Like, how happy did you feel when you got that?
Tell me why she had to prime him to say what she just got started in. I would be so fucking mad. Okay. Also. Oh yeah, Hellfire Fox, absolutely. Instead of reassuring her and saying, I'm really sorry that hurts you. I understand that hurts you. And, I don't want you to feel like you're not good enough to be my wife, because of course you are, right? Of course I want you in my life. Of course I want to do that. Of course you're the right person, but the timing for me is not right. How can I make you feel like I'm committed to you, like I am all in, like you matter to me, like I'm seeing you, but just not do that right now because I want to do that, but we aren't ready, or we don't have money, or I have my own emotional stuff to work through, right? I want to make sure that I am my best self when I make that commitment to you so that we can really go the distance, right? Communicating all of those things is a super valid way to say, I'm not going to just roll over and be married to you or get engaged to you simply because that's what you want. And also that your experience matters, right? That your emotions matter to me, that I see you and that I understand how me standing up for what I want is hurting you, right? And while I wish that wasn't the case, I am also going to be on my side, right? I wish that there was a way that I could be on my own side and maintain my own boundaries without that hurting you. And in this situation, there's not a way for me to do that. So let's talk about ways that I can make you feel seen and make you feel valued, right? A lot of times I think in these situations, hi, Brianna Banana, glad you made it to a live. I think in these situations, people are often reaching for a tangible societal thing, like a demonstrable thing, in order to chase a sense of legitimacy in a relationship, likely because they're not feeling seen, because their partner is not making them feel like they really matter. And in order to address this situation, really what we need to do is address why there is a breakdown in terms of people feeling seen and valued, right? What's going on here that this person feels the need to reach for this tangible external thing, this source of validation, in order to feel as though that you really care about them, right? There's a way to do this without having to reach for this thing, but they're reaching for this because they don't know how to do this. So how can we do this? How can we educate and promote this kind of development in a relationship so that you don't have to reach for an external source of validation? That's a very different conversation, but we're not doing that. Instead, we're just trying to coerce somebody into the external thing. To be clear, I think that his attitude about this sucks, but it just is frustrating that we have ended up in this situation rather than addressing it in a way that could actually be very transformative and healthy for a couple like this. Maybe I'm confused, but he is making it seem like he isn't the one who issued her this ultimatum. Oh, what? I thought she issued the ultimatum. He issued it? That's so much worse. Why is he talking to her like that? He's the one who issued an ultimatum? Hold on. I thought she did. Y'all know that I can't tell anybody apart from anybody on these shows, so help me. This couple. I didn't see the flash up of their names. I wasn't paying attention. I think she did, but he's making it sound like he did. I'm pretty sure she did. I'm so confused. I don't want to Google it because I think I'll probably see spoilers. He issued the ultimatum. I thought she did too. Oh no. Nobody knows. Oh yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out later because they usually do like a little subtitle when they flash their names to show us who issued the ultimatum and who didn't. Okay, I don't think anybody knows, so we'll just keep going. We'll figure that out later. All right, 19 minutes and 1 second. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
Job. Really happy?
Imagine we get married, you're just getting really started in this career, and then kids and stuff happen, and then now you have to maybe, take a back seat from that for a while.
But it's not like I'm asking you to, get me pregnant or have kids right now.
I don't know, Chanel, They
Chanel.
say marriage is the biggest decision of your life. So I don't feel like I'm in a rush.
When do you know the right time?
You are going to be my wife. Yes, I want to have children with you. Yes, I want to grow old. I want to get the house. I want to raise these kids. I want all of that, but it's just...
Not the right time.
Not the right time.
If waking up each morning isn't promised all the time.
Okay, yes, but that doesn't mean you should get married after your second date.
We can literally be here one day and gone the next.
This is a trauma, though.
I just want us to be ready.
I would bet big money that something like that happened in her life. Because by that logic, you should get married after your first date then.
What if at the end of this, I don't have an answer?
Thank you, Kiera. So Chanel issued the ultimatum here. The woman did.
See, I don't like this.
Okay. Sandy and somebody. Sandy's 27. Oh, this is the age gap couple.
Connect with.
Nick,
After
38.
tonight, we're gonna be broken up, exes. So
you say this now, and then I'm gonna get these
don't
texts.
worry, I know you're not gonna be texting me.
I'm gonna get these texts.
You're gonna love to not have to text me.
No, that's not true.
It's fine. I know you'll be thinking about me.
Very much so.
I mean, I want to walk out of here with you, but there obviously are hesitations that I have, or else we would be engaged.
Joe, thank you for 5 more
love my
memberships. Hold on, pause. Wait. Okay. Katie, hey, Brianna Banana, welcome to the McNugs. Levi Tooker, Sharon Lee, Hug Dealer, iconic username. Welcome to the McNugs, you guys. Thank you, Joe. My God. Joe is on a tear today. Is it pronounced tiara, but with like a K. Oh my God. I am so sorry. Hold on. Is that correct? Oh my God. Kiara, I'm so sorry. Y'all, you gotta tell me. My dumbass mispronounces stuff and forgets stuff all the time. Thank you, Eric. You pronounce my name first, right? That's rare. Okay. That's lucky, I guess. Doesn't she look like the girl from 2 Love is Blind seasons back? The one with the kid who left early? I can't remember her name. Jessica. She does a little. Okay, it's okay. People have known me all my life both ways. Doesn't bother me. Okay, fair, but Kiara it is. Thank you, Eric. Eames, thank you for the 5 more memberships. My God. Mzilla, Lindsay Sims, Droomster, Isabella M, and Finley. Welcome to the Big Nugs, you guys. Thanks for, or welcome back, I suppose, for some of you. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry about my, I embraced my mispronunciation. I know. To be fair, that one was just because my little brain sometimes doesn't grasp letters correctly, so I mispronounce things on accident out of like tongue-tiedness, not out of, you know, misunderstanding. But you could tell me they were the same person. I wouldn't be the wiser. Valid. Okay, let's keep going. 2144, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Like,
your fire directed towards your passions is a beautiful thing. Your fire directed towards me with
you're my passion.
Okay.
You are like
Oh.
good and bad. Like you are. I'm so passionate about you, and you
I
know
know,
that.
but you should put that passion towards, you know, swinging a golf club and like,
No, I'm not that passionate about that.
or some hobby that you can get your aggression out on.
You're my hobby.
I'm not. Shouldn't be your hobby. I should be your husband,
babe,
not your hobby. You're the wrong. You're using the wrong H.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss you.
Shut up. You're here now. Don't think
I
about that.
know, but I've already.
Let's just
missed
be
you.
together. Or I dump your ass.
They have a very weird dynamic. Your partner should not be your hobby, to be clear. You should have your own distinct hobbies. And I know that they were joking, but that's not healthy. You should have your own life separate from your partner.
I think I just imagined you being more sad.
Am I sad that we're breaking up and we're gonna be exes? For sure. But also, I don't think that it is ridiculous to say that, like, I don't know that we had to go this route. There are obviously nuances in our relationship that have brought us to this point, and I think
Just not being on the same page.
yeah, and I mean, I think if we're gonna be married, then
You
we
kinda have to be on the
need to
same
be on the
page.
same page.
Hi,
We've been
Taco
in
Box, baby.
different cities, different states for the last, what, 9 months now? Like, you can only grow so close with another person over text and over calls and FaceTimes. Like, that's not, to me, the way that you really build an emotional connection with someone.
Will that be kind of interesting that most of the girls that are here like live in LA?
I'm not looking for someone that is living in LA. Like, I think what I want is someone that has shown or displayed moments of compromise in their own relationship with their ex. Because,
Why do you say that? As
because
like
I
the
feel
most
like we
important?
have an issue compromising sometimes.
Okay, so have we addressed that?
But I feel like we both have compromised.
We've both compromised, but I think we sometimes have difficulty compromising with each other. And
Wasn't she the one who said that he wasn't willing to move? Wasn't that kind of the writing on the wall with that disclosure? And yet he's saying we have difficulty with compromise? Like, okay. Scotty is the biggest red flag of all red flags. Scotty's a neon flag. Is this Scotty? I wasn't paying attention to the names. I'm sorry. Compromise means you're not doing what you want to do. Excuse. Of course he doesn't want to marry someone he hasn't even been near for 9 months. And listen, I don't disagree that them having been together for a short amount of time, them having only been together for a short amount of time is probably a reason for pause in terms of being married and engaged, right? But it does sound as though he's insinuating that she won't compromise with him. And she kind of insinuated that he won't compromise with her. So that's it. We're already off to a bad start. Okay. Do we want to take a bio break? Let's see. We're 20 minutes in. Let me try to get to like 30 minutes and then we'll take a pee break. Okay, we're at 24 minutes and 22 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Our relationship, at least recently, hasn't had a ton of emotional connection because we've been apart.
So do you feel like you're also looking for like an emotional connection too?
I've
Yeah, we've
spent
only been
a
streaming for
considerable
2.
amount of time alone recently, and so, yeah, I mean, I think like an emotional connection to someone, especially someone that really like understands me. I think I'm also looking for someone that
Wants to be married?
yeah, like that is interested in taking that next step.
And
It's odd that she's putting makeup on. This is clearly out of sequence. But okay. Mariah and Caleb. Okay, pay
As soon as
attention,
I
Mickey.
start thinking about the overall experience that I'm going to be going through it, not cool.
I see the value in it.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's a very difficult experience, I feel like we're going to be better for it. I'm curious of what this dating experience will be like. I know it's something you've brought up multiple times, like me taking some time for myself or like getting to know other people. And I truly never saw it in the same way that you did.
Because in my mind, I'm like, you know, you rush into marriage at a young age, and then here you are, mid-40s, married, and you're going, whoa, I never even took a moment for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I was just always rushing to the next step. And then all of a sudden, you could be resenting me, or you could be wanting out, or that's where midlife crisis happens.
That's a valid fear.
Today is the first official date day. It's gonna be really, really, really weird to think of you as an ex. For us to have gotten to this point in our relationship, it seemed like communication was the issue and, you know, not hearing reassurance enough from you. That gray space really, you know, took a toll on our relationship. And so I think I'm overall sad, but it's really happening. Like we are separating. But this experience is important for us. I'm just feeling in all the things.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying about midlife crises and things like that. Pumpkin, thanks for the 10 memberships. Carly, Riley, Fancy Ass, love the username. Hats, Katie Preston, Emma Ruffin, Emma, Angela, Jillian. Welcome to the McNugs.
Never thought I'd be here with you right
Amy
now
and Sparessi too.
in this position.
At the end of the day, we just need to walk in our truth, and we have to let that guide us.
Let whatever happens, happens. And that's what we
And
built.
that's been our whole relationship, is not
exactly.
forcing anything, and that's why it's
Exactly.
been so great up until this point of the biggest red flag of a ultimatum.
Getting by you.
Received by you.
I have a choice.
No, you have a choice.
I guess
You
so.
had a choice in being here too.
I
So
guess
there's
so.
something that you
Yeah.
wanted to discover for yourself.
You're very like quirky and outgoing. So to see you giving that same energy to someone else is going to be weird for me.
I don't think you'll get jealous.
Why not?
I don't know. You always pretend like you don't care. You're just like,
I'm
whatever.
not pretending half the time.
Are you concerned about anything?
Yeah, I'm concerned with you possibly matching with someone and catching feelings. You know, you could possibly fall in love with someone here.
Either of us could find someone that's more compatible, and maybe you'll be like, oh, actually, I want to propose to this person. They check off all my boxes. Like, oh, actually, forget everything I said today. You the one. It could happen.
Highly unlikely.
I cannot believe this. You're about to see me like get dressed for my first date with someone else.
You better not wear
Natty, I'm
this.
mostly stretching.
Nah.
What was that song by
That's
SZA?
just my
Never mind.
face.
Kill Bill, where she talks about killing her ex. So awful.
That was me. But I still want you alive. I need you alive for like the switch over.
I know.
So
I
are you
don't
gonna
like
help
that
me
they
pick
call
out
each
my
other
outfit for
exes
my first
either. I
date?
think
I
it's
care what you're
silly.
wearing. I don't want to help you.
Tell me that you feel this way. I want you to feel the same. This is do or die.
I agree. I think the premise of them being exes is silly because that's clearly not what it is.
Now we're both officially single, so it's weird.
I need to feel.
Especially because the whole trial marriage thing is also kind of a farce, right? That's not true. Pause. A trial marriage, in my mind, would include a lot more real life trials and tests, right? Rather than 4 weeks, like essentially in a hotel or an apartment. That's not really a fair shake of a relationship, in my opinion. What's everyone's stream stim? I'm crocheting Christmas gifts. Love, Maisie. What are you making? I finally caught a live. Your past streams have been keeping me company, and I'm super grateful for the community you've built. Justum, happy to have you. Thanks for making the live. Now we can keep you company in real time. Hi, Displacer. Make them go on a road trip together. Yes, a road trip. Build some furniture together. Aaron and I stand by that if you can put IKEA furniture together without a major blow up fight, then you're probably on a good communication page. Or at the very least, having a good communication day. A little lamb. Oh, Maisie, that's adorable. Okay. Plan to go on a trip together and get lost. Yes. Have to navigate your way back to the highway that you were supposed to be on that you accidentally missed the exit for. That is a real test of everybody's stress tolerance, communication skills, and ability to prioritize your partner over your own overwhelm. Okay, my husband and I went on a 13-hour road trip 2 weeks ago. Or 2 weeks into dating. Wow. No wonder he's your husband now. Okay. Let's keep going. It's just music, so I'm muting it. But we're at 30 minutes, 43 seconds. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1. Just music and a sad shot of the men walking down the hallway. Oops. Just people. Oh, more music. Just lots of kissing noises and lots of I love you twos.
Me too.
Love you twos. Great.
This is it. You are not mine. I am not yours. Like, we're definitely both in it to really be in it. And I told him I'm going to block him so he can't reach out to me anyway. Like, first date, where are you? Come on. Like, I just want to dive in head first. Like, let's do it.
That's intense. More music. They said, we haven't done enough music, so I think more. Okay, speed dating. Here we go. This is just a bunch of B-roll of everybody walking towards the pool. Well, the women walking towards
Do I want to be single? No. Like, I came here because I want to marry JR. But, in order to really go through with this full experience, like, I have to embrace all the phases. So it's like we're speed dating right now. 5 dates, 1 day.
Literally are speed
I
dating.
really like your outfit. What's your name?
Oh my gosh, I'm Vanessa. I don't feel like I was ever a great single person. Love the shirt. It looks like a men's, Sioux Supply.
Sioux Supply, what's that?
When I was single, I was definitely very smooth, just a lot of humor.
Hi, I'm Sandy.
Hey, just a charismatic talker. You're from LA, right?
Orange County.
Orange County. But yeah, it's hot there in the summer.
Yeah.
I just knew that was
single,
going somewhere
Weird,
shady.
but I feel good in a bikini.
How are you?
I'm hot.
I'm like sweating.
Hello. I haven't been single in a while, so I might be a little weird. I am kind of dorky.
The dress that she's wearing looks like a sensory nightmare. Hold on. Look. So it's like a high neckline on one side. It's like a one shoulder kind of situation, but there's like a high neckline here and then it pulls this way. I would rip that dress so quickly. Kudos. And Hats off. Yes, because this dress would give me so much anxiety. This show really is the worst that Netflix has to offer. It is. Fun fact, they filmed in downtown Phoenix. Oh, of course they did. No wonder it's a bajillion degrees. Oh, these poor people. I bet this was terrible. There's also not a ton of rooftop pools in downtown Phoenix, are there? Although there probably are, actually. Can we talk about the fact that it's very often the women giving the ultimatum? I mean, I think it's, again, a byproduct of the patriarchy and misogyny that infiltrates women's sense of self-esteem, and also relationships, you know? I don't necessarily want to throw the book at these women for being like bad people so much as I do want to highlight the fact that these attitudes and expectations can be a thing that not just ruins your self-esteem, but also your relationships. ASU and a lot of luxury apartments have rooftop pools. Fair enough. My sensory nightmare is working with kids, and I keep my earrings that are too interesting, so they scream questions about it at me. Maisie, that would stress me out. Okay. Let's keep going. Wait, what happened? Okay. Overlay. And 32:44-ish. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
I do find JR attractive. I don't have any more to add.
Yes, my time, my life.
He's so
Being really
shy
single
about
definitely
it.
feels strange. The only thing I can do is just put the Versace's on and hope that, I make a connection with someone.
We're the hottest in the biz, we got that.
I'm gonna pee already. Should we just get in the pool?
Red flag.
Out of a relationship, I just desire security. I need someone that is 100% about me. What about you? You were issued the ultimatum.
Yeah, I was just not the right.
Well, you're going to meet these people for 5 seconds, so they can't be 100% about you because they don't know you. I also realized that I forgot to pull my curtains, but it's fine. I have paintings that I started back in uni, but I still haven't finished it. I know, Julie almost gave me a heart attack because of the delay with the chat. I was like, did I not put the overlay on? Also, what's the pitch? Is there a pitch, Joe? Okay, let's keep going. 33. 30-ish. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
Time in my eyes right now to just get married.
Not the right one for me. Keep it moving.
I started to feel the pressure, and with me, I like to take my time.
Let's go. Next round. You were issued.
That doesn't cast me in the best light. Like, how am I not on board for this? But
who is this man?
Yep, I still have some more digging to do.
It's really hard to give this ultimatum because I just never see myself doing this. I do need those answers. I don't want to just be a girlfriend with a wife title.
So you get called wife by your ex.
Yes.
How'd that make you feel?
It's nice that he sees those wife-like characteristics in me.
The more istics we add to it, the more character it brings.
Dave, he was honestly pretty funny. Like, I feel like he actually seems like a sweet guy. So I get to meet you.
Likewise.
I always kind of find myself thinking about my ex, but still trying to stay in the moment.
Is it weird, like, dating with Caleb right behind you?
Oh my God, it's so weird.
It's hard because I see Chanel in the corner of my eye, but I'm just not trying to pay attention to that. I'm just in the moment with the person that I'm in the moment with.
My last relationship was very superficial in the sense like we didn't really dig deep into like conversations.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's hard sometimes for men to be vulnerable.
It's one of my favorite things to do.
Be vulnerable?
Because I'm secure about my insecurities. Aria was someone that I was super interested in meeting right from the get-go. I thought she was beautiful. What are
Thanks for
your love
coming.
languages?
Quality time is like my top one, and then my second, words of affirmation.
I just love these little acts of
Friendly reminder that love languages are in fact made up and also made up by a religious fundamentalist man who wanted to use love languages to perpetuate misogynistic relationships or values in relationships rather. So not only sort of made up, but also problematic in origin. So fun fact, everything is made up, including marriage. That too. I low key suspect all of them need to read Polysecure before coming on the show. I think actually this is an interesting point, Maisie, because the situation that these people are being put in is probably closer to polyamory than more of these people would ever desire to be, and not having any of the foundational skill to navigate the emotion and, like, you know, trauma and attachment wound poking and prodding that this will do is also going to do a number on these people. I mean, we don't necessarily know if that affects them or if they, you know, if they don't talk about it to the camera necessarily, but watching your partner date other people would be really uncomfortable and distressing for even polyamorous people who are just not really in a place or haven't done that work. But especially for people who aren't polyamorous, I can only imagine the discomfort that this would inflict. And so it's just, again, another one of those situations where, like, we didn't need to do it this way, right? Netflix and Kinetic Content very much have the budget to have these dates occur separately, you know? But they chose not to. They chose to do this in such a way where everybody has to be all in front of each other. And I suspect that they're doing this in the hope of actually distressing people and not creating drama. But then why did they sign up for this show? Well, I think it's sort of a mix of things of, like, wanting the promised outcome, right? Of, like, your partner will have to choose you at the end of this. Otherwise, you break up with them. But also the fame, the notoriety, the money, the promise of being a noteworthy person on social media. There's a lot of alluring aspects to this, especially now in the age of people signing up for Love is Blind, for example, and then making a career off of social media. I think for a lot of folks on shows like this, the hope is that you end up on something like this. And for what it's worth, Nicole, yes, reality TV is about torturing people into entertainment. For what it's worth, also, there was an interview done with the contestants from season 1 who disclosed they didn't sign up for the show specifically. They auditioned or signed up for a Kinetic Content casting call generally, and then were presented this option. Granted, obviously, when you sign the paperwork and all of those things, you're acknowledging that you're agreeing to come on the show, blah, blah, blah. But these people didn't necessarily set out for this show in particular. Some of them very well, you know, may have, but some of them might have just ended up being here. Yeah, exactly. Some of them might have wanted to be on a different show and then been like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll do this. Which again is, I think, not doing your due diligence as a production company to make contestants aware of what they're walking into. Okay, let's keep going. Actually, you know what? Now is a great time for a pee-pee break. Let's take a short one. Let's just take a 5-minute break. It is 2:17 now, so we'll be back, 2:18 now, excuse me. So we'll be back at 2:23, 2:25. Whatever hour it is in 25 minutes is when we'll be back. So go to the bathroom, hydrate your bodies, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay. Hello, look at me, back on time, sort of. Oh, come on, I'm only 1 minute late. Eric, I see the slander in the Discord chat. There we go. I was like, why is that not working? I missed something that I was gonna address. I don't remember. Excuse. I'm in the middle of eating a Lunchable. Oh, Joe, yes, thank you. For the 5 more memberships, I see you trying to be sneaky doing them during break. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. You've just missed a bunch of ranting about how marriage is not a foregone conclusion of all relationships. It's, in fact, just a social construction. And also me complaining about the problematic behaviors, mostly of this man in particular, for manipulating and trying to vaguely threaten his partner. A bunch of, well, if you really loved me, then why won't you get engaged to me kind of vibes, which we talked about. Is clear that the partner who's saying those things is most likely just not feeling seen and valued in their relationship, and so is therefore reaching for an external marker of validation in the relationship. And if these couples had gone to therapy instead of going on a Netflix show, that they likely would have had the opportunity to discover that and then navigate through. How do we provide somebody with a sense of safety, security, validity in the relationship so that you don't have to reach for external markers, and also some exploration about how those external markers, external validation generally, will never actually be the validation and make you feel good about yourself if you don't have that internal sense of self and a relationship that makes you feel like you belong. So, you know what else is a social construction? Holidays. Yes. I don't visit family or anyone during them. I don't give gifts during them because if I want to see you and appreciate you, I'll just do it when I please. Michelle, preach. Please. Louder and again. Say it again. I agree with that. Aaron and I also feel that way. Granted, we have a whole lot less people with whom we would spend the holidays with anyways, but still, I agree with you. And I am all for it. I endorse this if it works for you and makes you feel good. My lovely father went on an emergency fiber fill run. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I do this, but I hoard the gifts until the relevant holiday birthday. Valid. That's also valid, honestly. Agreed, but I also love the holidays. Totally fair. And again, in the same way that while marriage is a social construction, it will still matter to some people and that's okay. So are the holidays, right? Social construction, and they will still matter to some people. That's totally valid. Also, they're fun, right? The lights and the treats and the tradition. I get that. I also like the lights and the treats. Just not the compulsory family time. I personally love a good quiet time. Aaron and I love a good movie marathon where we pause every 5 seconds to do this. Just rant and rave, share our stupid little fun facts, take bathroom breaks, eat some snacks. Hi, Mordant Inky Cap. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. I'm a little more hesitant than I used to be when it comes to criticizing holiday rituals. Valid. I missed part of this. Hold on. I remember watching a video on the anti-Santa trope, and it, along with some sociological texts that I read for class, discussed the importance of ritual and ceremony when it comes to cementing community bonds. That's fair. I get that. I have 20 minutes to try and clean the dining room table pile dump before my teens get home from school. Wish me luck. Wishing you all the luck, Amanda. Sending you big anti-dining room pile dump vibes. Okay, Not at 1.5, but where we pause every 5 seconds to complain and to talk and to share our unrelated thoughts. I keep feeling like there's a bug or something. Maybe it's just a little errant, like one of the hairs from my head that has shed off of me and has not fallen on the floor like I wish it would. Okay. Let's keep going. 35 minutes and 6 seconds. We're right in the middle of a conversation about love languages, which, in case you missed it, are also made up and were developed, made up, invented by a man who is actually a misogynist and a religious fundamentalist. So don't endorse that. Okay. 35 minutes and 6 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Service that mean that you're thinking of me.
Yeah,
Like, 'cause
yeah.
It's something that happened with my ex. Like, you know, in the morning, I would go grab coffee. I know the coffee order. I just want to see the look on your face that's like, oh my God, thank you. But when, you know, these acts of service become the ordinary thing, and you start to get used to it where you
Yeah.
don't appreciate them as much. I was like, okay, did we forget that I did all these things? I've just connected with Aria really fast. She was very easy to talk to. Honestly, I did not expect to feel that comfortable that quickly with her.
I met my ex Dave. Really wasn't looking for anything. He was like really into the relationship and I wasn't.
Sure.
I needed to catch up. So eventually I did. So like the roles reversed.
Flipped over.
Now I'm giving an
Right,
ultimatum.
right.
But yeah, enough about me. What about you?
No, I'm an artist for a living.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's great. I've been in the city for a minute. I lived in
15
Venice.
years?
Yeah, I've lived in LA
That's a
for
long
15
time.
years.
How
okay,
old
right?
are you? Like,
I'm 38.
Okay, pause. Yes, I know that my mic was muted. I was muting it because I was eating. Okay. The acts of service thing. Also, if I have food in my mouth, no, I don't. Him saying, well, you know, you don't seem to appreciate it anymore. And so, you know, are we forgetting all of the things that I did? You were never doing that because you derived satisfaction out of actually being of service to someone. You were doing that because you derived satisfaction out of being celebrated, out of the reaction that you would get for doing things that were approved of. You have an approval thing, right? I know that people on TikTok and social media are, yeah, they're calling it a praise kink. It's not a praise. It might be a praise kink, but that's not. You have an approval thing. You want to be approved of. You want somebody to sort of stroke your ego and tell you that you're a good boy. But the thing is that if you're doing it for the reaction rather than for doing it just to do it because you enjoy doing the thing, it's not an act of service. That's not an act of service. That is a transaction in which you are imposing an unspoken and implicit expectation and or demand that the currency for which you are willing to exchange this act of service is approval, praise, celebration, fawning, whatever. That's not the same. That's not the same because you asked your partner silently to engage in a transaction that they don't know exists. And so when they stop engaging in the transaction, because that's just very normal, Eric, thank you for the 5 pounds. What the heck? And a little lemon dance emoji. That's so cute. Thank you, Eric. Took me a year to find that sticker. It's a good sticker. I like that sticker. Thank you. Yes, it's very quid pro quo, Michelle. I never pronounce that without stumbling over my words. But the problem is that when your partner stopped participating in this transaction that you silently enforced or like sort of suckered them into without them being aware of it, that now you're revoking your labor, right? And telling them that they're bad and they're wrong and that, you know, they're not being nice to you. That's not fair. That's not fair. And if that's the case, the course of action is that you should communicate, hey, I liked doing this because I liked that you would give me praise, give me validation, blah, blah, blah. You know, that feels good. And that's not happening anymore. And that makes me sad, right? I would love to have some verbal feedback that you appreciate this, right? I want to feel appreciated. That's different. That's different. Then we're asking our partner to enter into that dynamic willingly. And if your partner is willing to do that and says, oh my God, I didn't realize that, you know, thank you. Like, I really like you doing that. And so I'm happy to say thank you or to tell you that you're a good boy, right? Fine. I don't necessarily agree with the transactional nature of that, but everybody's going to forge their own norms in a relationship. And that's fair, I think. If that works for you guys, then that works for you guys. But insisting that your partner is not good or kind to you because they're no longer holding up their end of a silent agreement that they didn't agree to be a part of is not your partner not appreciating you. It's you being mad that you're not getting the feedback that you assumed that you would get or said that it's necessary in order for you to continue providing a service, which sucks. That's, again, manipulative. Don't do that. It's totally valid to want validation and praise and approval for things, but just say that. Just say that. Everybody loves a good attaboy, attaguy, I don't know. And just communicating to your partner like, hey, this feels really good. That's morally neutral and allowed, but just say that. Say that. Make it spoken. I've actually asked my partner to tell me when they do things like take out the trash so I can acknowledge and thank them for it. Otherwise, I get so in my head that I don't notice and I want to appreciate. See? And this is what I'm saying. This is a dynamic in which it seems like you're totally willing to be that way, to do that thing. That's totally fair. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. But if that works for you guys, then that works for you guys. And that is part of the beauty of having an open dialogue about these things. See how nice that is? It's not that hard. I used to operate this way all the time, especially with friends, as it's how I was raised. I worked on that since then, realizing I wasn't going into an active service expecting approval from it. Yes, making that conscious and choosing to not do that anymore can go a long way in making your relationships actually feel reciprocal also, because now you don't feel like the person who's pouring into everybody all around you and that they're not appreciating you because they just assume that you're doing it because you want to, right? They are trusting that you as an adult human are doing things that you're wanting to do that fit with your capacity at the moment and that you just genuinely have a desire to do. It's not fair to assume that everyone around you should be thinking, oh, well, do they want to do this? Is that okay for them? Do they have capacity for that? Make sure I really, really say that I appreciate that so that it was worth it for them to do that. They just assume that you're an adult who's capable of making that decision for yourself. So if you're not doing that, then that's a you problem. That's a you problem. And listen, as a people pleaser, I get it. As a person who was also raised in that dynamic, I spent a lot of time going, what the fuck? I did a really nice thing. And like, how come you don't care? Or I put myself out for you and how come you didn't care? It's because nobody asked you to put yourself out, Mickey. Because you shouldn't do that. Because if you're going to give, you should give from a genuine and wholesome place and not a place of expectation or obligation. Because then that's when resentment builds. We talk about this in a people pleaser video. It's coming up in a few weeks. So stay tuned for that. Okay, let's keep going. 3605, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm the golden ultimatum,
Yeah.
basically.
I think I'm intrigued by Nick. I'm interested to see, like, what does that mean? I dropped out of art school.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's me too. So,
Oh, really?
And I'm, yeah, and I still work.
No, it's because I was horrible.
I doubt that. What was your medium?
I like painting with
Yeah,
acrylic,
yeah.
usually.
Saw my ex talking with Nick. It just turned a knot in my stomach.
Oh, you got to do a trip to Tahoe.
It's like, I'm ready to go.
Why are they getting so into each other so quickly? Is she more into him than me? Am I gonna lose Vanessa during this process?
My relationship, I have to shake it up a little
Yeah.
bit. We communicate in different ways. She's pretty feisty, and I'm more calm and connected, checking in on what's going on in here instead of... Vanessa's great. She's gorgeous.
Sorry, I just spit on you.
She's also really sweet. Her smile's infectious. Seems like she's somebody I could have a lot of fun with.
JR.
JR, nice to meet
No,
you.
green's my favorite color.
Yeah, there's the
Really?
insecurities.
Oh, you look good.
I'm gonna take off my shoes so I can come sit with you. What's up? How are you?
Good. You have some beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
Are you in a fitness at all?
Yeah, I do Pilates like pretty consistently.
You got some big calves.
Why are my calves
Yo,
so big?
what
I
the-
know.
Can we trade calves?
It's
What the
weird.
fuck?
It's because I wear all the heels, you know?
Is that what it is? So I need to
Yeah,
start
I can't
wearing
believe you
heels.
noticed that so quick. Like,
Because that's an insecurity of mine.
no one's looking at your calves. They're looking at these, so don't worry. I know, I saw you putting on your sunscreen. I was like, whoa. Oh, you're the Scorpio,
Yeah,
right?
they can be established for both
Yeah,
Scorpios.
okay.
Female Scorpios to me are like little
like different than male Scorpios.
Yeah, they're
I
great.
hear like this.
We've talked about this on the channel before. I'll say it again. Some of y'all were really mad at me for saying this, and like, okay, tell your journal, tell your friends, tell your mom, don't tell me, because I'm standing on the stance that I made, which is that men especially who call women females is a red flag. There was a person on TikTok who I think illustrated it so beautifully. They talked about how, you know, you call female cattle a cow, right? You call, I don't know, like, what are the other terms for other animals? I can't think of any at the moment. Yeah, female deer is a doe. A female pig is a sow, right? Sow? I don't know. And a female human is a woman. There are terms for these things. Thank you, Lou. A female horse is a mare. Female humans are women or ladies, right? Yeah. Lady Fox is vixen, sure. There are lots and lots and lots of wonderful terms that you can use to refer to a female human being. Not females, because female is an adjective. It is a descriptor. It's something that is meant to specify a type of being, not a category. It's not a noun. It's not a category of people. Calling adult human women females is reductionist. It's reductionist, and it often, unfortunately, co-occurs with a sense of misogyny and dehumanization that is pretty problematic, that is pretty commonly co-occurring with some really problematic behaviors. You cannot change my mind. So, red flag. If somebody calls you a female, that's an eyebrow raise. It's a Venn diagram, right? Not all people who call women females are bad. Not all people who are shitty or misogynistic in relationships call women females. But there is an intersection there, right? Ew, and not girls. Please, not girls, because adult, mature, human, female creatures are women, right? Not girls. If you are over or past the age of puberty, that's a woman. It's not a girl. Stop calling them that. Thank you, Erica. I'm trying to fade the color out so that I can go get it dyed after the new year, because I would really like to make it red again. I won't lie to you. Listen, I love the green. It was a moment. It was really cool. I'm not a green, blue, cool toned, girly. I really like having my hair be bright, warm tones. How isms come in groups. Yes, Nicole. Very much so. Some women at my work still use girl in emails or at meetings, and I always grit my teeth. And listen, I understand that it's a colloquialism, right? I'm not saying that everybody who uses that term is a shitty person. It's also just part of the cultural, social vernacular. Very common, right? And for what it's worth, I think it's worth making an effort to practice that change, because language matters. The way that we view the legitimacy of, those folks and their opinions, their wants, their needs, their emotions, it doesn't have nothing to do with the way that we refer to them, the language we use to describe them. I'm just saying. Okay, 3806, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Sex is crazy.
I've dated one Scorpio before, and it was fun.
For real?
Yeah.
Fun in what way?
What do you
Hold
think?
on, pause. We're rewinding because I paused right in the middle of that sentence, and I don't think y'all caught that, but it is super problematic. Hi, Mags. We're also going to talk about the zodiac thing here in a sec, but 3745, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Screen. I was like, whoa. Oh, you're the Scorpio,
Yeah,
right?
they can be established for both
Yeah,
Scorpios.
okay.
Female Scorpios to me are like little, like different than male Scorpios.
Yeah, they're
I hear
great.
like the sex is crazy.
I've dated one Scorpio before, and it was fun.
For real?
Yeah.
Fun in what way?
What do you think?
This is very bothersome to me. The way that people use astrology to, again, reduce human beings to this singular characteristic is very frustrating. In this situation, it also seems like we're just using it as a vehicle to fast track a conversation about sex, which is not supposed to be the point of this, I thought. Listen, I want to be clear. It's one thing, like there are plenty of Netflix and or dating reality TV shows that's purely just about hot people being messy, right? Hot people who get on TV and have messy relationships and messy sex. Sure, that's fine. That's great. If y'all like that, that's wonderful. I think that's part of the sexual revolution. And if y'all want to do things that are fun and interesting and hot and sexy sex with your selves and each other, that's great. Do that. But this is ostensibly not about that. So why are we doing that then? I thought we were supposed to be forming intimate, emotional connections and looking for the opportunity to, get married and find a future and get to know someone and But now all we want to talk about is how Scorpios have hot sex. Besides the fact that this is reductionist, it is also, again, not the point of this. Like, I don't agree with the premise of this show whatsoever. And again, I want to point out the fact that this is often at the center of the issue with these shows, which is that we're kind of just making things up. We're kind of just saying this. Oh, hold on, Shanice, I missed what you said. Let me scroll back up. Hold on. While the terminology can be cultural, some people in Black community are not ready to address their misogyny. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Your other comment said, I want to reiterate that there is a racial aspect to the female speak and it doesn't diminish the points made. Okay, that's actually a really good, I don't know, like, it's a useful nuance, I think, because there are very much cultural aspects to the language that people use. And so it can be, I think that's a part of the Venn diagram, right? That for some people using the term female might be a product of a cultural norm and not at all reflective of misogyny or inherent patriarchal views. And that can still very much also be present at the same time. So food for thought, that's also helpful. Thank you for pointing that out. But all Scorpios have hot sex. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's fairly obvious. I've talked about this in this stream that I'm a Scorpio stellium, and it bothers me when people do this. Because that's very, I don't know. It feels very presumptuous. Like, oh, because your zodiac sign is associated with hot, sexy sex, obviously it's totally okay for me to talk to you about this thing. And I can ask you these really invasive questions about your sex life or how you are in bed. And like, clearly that you're, like an obviously kinky person. And so like, let's just go ahead and talk about that. Like, no, that's actually really inappropriate. And you shouldn't push somebody's comfortability in a very, surface level conversation with a person that you hardly know simply because obviously, your zodiac sign means that you're a very sexual person. And so you want to talk about sex with everyone all the time forever. And like, no, actually that's very inappropriate. Was addendum the word that you were looking for? Maybe it was certainly, hold on, I missed a thing. I had a friend. Addendum. Yes. No, you're right. Actually, yes. Thank you. Layla. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Maisie. Clearly, there are no asexual Scorpios because being sexual is the only characteristic that's associated with zodiac or with Scorpios, obviously. Okay. You can still be a sexual person and still be choosy about who you have sex or discuss it with. Yes, and also it doesn't matter. We're not going to get into an astrology rabbit trail because it doesn't matter, but let's keep going. 38 minutes and 12 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Have you never been with a Scorpio?
I've never been with a female Scorpio before.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it's been on my list.
Like they're
I feel
an
like
animal.
She's like the opposite of me.
Your
roller
girl's
coaster ride.
Pisces, out here.
I've dated a couple and they're just too emotional.
Yeah, I'm looking for someone with similar interests, but also like different background, and how can we help each other?
Right.
Okay. I feel like this woman has read a few too many of the horoscopes in Cosmo magazine, and I've had it. Let's also be clear that, again, what I said earlier about character assassinating people or assuming things about people based on one singular part of their birth chart actually just makes you a really bad astrologist. No. And on top of that, the assumption that all Pisces are just too emotional. Like, first of all, just say that you're uncomfortable with emotions. Second of all, the characteristics that are also associated with Pisces, I would say probably more strongly than that in like astrology circles, is people who are psychic and people who are very comfortable in a metaphysical environment, and not that they're too emotional. So this is like not particularly knowledgeable about astrology and also rude, right? Like rude on a person level, uneducated on an astrology level, and so across the board this is a no. Okay. Yes, exactly. Because again, being emotional is not an inherently bad thing, but also that is not, in my opinion, something that is like the most heavily associated thing with Pisces. Like, sure, it's in there, but again, it's important. This is another thing too. Everybody wanted to fucking read me the riot act when I talked about how I like astrology. Like, go away. But on top of that, as a person who loves astrology and is very interested in it, again, people are still people and they still have free will, and it's a part of people's lives, right? It shouldn't be your whole fucking life. It can be a tool. It can be a hobby. It can be an interest, an exercise to help you navigate certain parts of your life or to add depth and color to certain parts of your life. Not a rule book or a playbook by which you should cut out all other advice and input into your life and character development and just focus on this one thing. Also, I've had this in my hand for like 45 minutes. I want to eat it. Okay. 38 minutes and 33 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I'm excited to get out there again.
Oops.
The people, but at the same
Wrong
time, I have
button.
to give her an answer. That's why she gave me the ultimatum.
Same.
Right off the bat, I feel like me and Sandy are compatible. I'm physically attracted to her. I'm embracing it. I'm single, but there's 5 beautiful ladies here. They're all gorgeous, and forgive me because I do not know their names yet, but the one with the long curly hair, she caught my eye when she first walked in. So what's some of your hobbies?
I would say,
Besides fashion, because when you first came in, I was like, okay. Okay,
I
well,
do.
now I
I
get to
like-
talk to her.
Yeah, I do. I like clothes. I do. I feel like I like putting. I saw you too, like putting it together. Yeah, with the white fit. Like I saw it. I feel like I came in kind of like a little nervous because I got the ultimatum.
Same. I was like, this is crazy. The whole concept is crazy, right?
Yeah.
Breaking up with your girlfriend and then her boyfriend
Yeah.
and then dating other people.
Yeah. How are you when you're single?
I haven't been single in like 3 years.
Yeah,
so-
same. Would you say you've had a lot of past relationships or?
So I was married before.
I heard that. I was a little surprised.
Yeah.
Like that means that you got married at how
Young,
old?
22.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting to see because what I've experienced with men usually, like they're not trying to be tied down that fast.
Right.
Yeah.
So my dad's a pastor.
Yeah, yeah.
I met my first girlfriend like when I was like 16. Before we had sex, or like let's do things the right way and get married. So that's what we did.
Oh, you waited.
Yeah, did things the right way.
Yeah,
According
yeah.
to like, are you spiritual?
The Bible. I am, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Family.
Okay, oh my God. I literally have crackers all in my mouth, but we need to pause for that. Hold on. That, I think, tells us a lot. There's a lot to unpack there. First of all, this is a great illustration of why purity culture and the concept of waiting for marriage is a sham and a farce and a social construction that purely exists to enforce made up rules that honestly help no one. Really, they're not particularly helpful to anybody except for men, I suppose, in certain circumstances. But even again, this is a very clear demonstration about how the patriarchy and sexism harms everybody, right? This man ended up in a marriage to somebody who was not a good life partner for him because they did it the right way, which is the religious way, really. And looky there. That didn't work out well. This is because you should not be making life decisions as a child. Again, we talked already about how I am not really sitting in a position to criticize people for that. And again, as far as the research, what we know from the relevant data, that's not a good decision. This is also fascinating because this conversation, again, it seems to be revolving around sex, and also it's like strangely surface level while also being apparently intimate enough to be having these conversations about sex. Why does this man just stay talking about sex? Also, I was right. This dress is clearly uncomfortable. She won't stop adjusting it, and I feel really bad that she's stuck in this dress. Okay, let's keep going. 40 minutes and 3 seconds. Pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
It was important. I'm one of 7 children. I'm a middle child.
I'm one of 8.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
JR is definitely attractive, and I kind of was like taken aback that he was very like down to earth. But there's so many other guys to talk to. I think that's why it was so hard with me and my ex. When you're in a long distance relationship, my ex was in LA, so
Are
I
you
have
in the Bay, right?
I am in the Bay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're just flying back and forth between the two and making that work?
I am, yeah. Why do you feel like you're not ready for marriage currently?
I don't really know what really is holding me back.
Today of all days, I've been the most emotional for sure. Getting into this.
Sorry, what? He said, I don't know what's holding me back. Did you want to think about it? Journal about it? Talk about it? What? That's a wild thing to say. Oh my God. It wasn't like 100% anything. Hold on, I think I missed the chapter. Oh yeah, how'd the right way work out for you? Clearly not very good. Michelle. Okay. 40 minutes and 43 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
New mentality that we're exes. I'm doing my best, but it's incredibly difficult.
That's tough.
I'm a huge romantic, and I really feel like I just want to experience love, and like that's it. I don't want to keep doing casual dating. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah.
I feel really good in all other areas of my life, but when it comes to the relationship part, I don't feel solid or stable, and that's why marriage to me, I don't feel things need to be set in stone or perfect per se, in order for like the love to make sense. Like today's been a long day.
Hold on, pause. We're going to talk about that, but first I need to take my meds. Please entertain yourselves for one moment. Thank you. Be right back. Hello. How many episodes is the goal today? At least 1. I would really like to get through 1. But we'll see. I'm sure she can't change out of that dress because they want the conversation to look like it happened all in one sitting. Yeah, for sure. They're definitely. Well, that's what the gold cups and all of that. Yuck. Okay. All right. Super Ulsters back at you. I think I Okay, hold on. Boop, boop, boop. Would you mind checking mod chat real quick? Yeah. Hold, please. Honestly, I'm just going to do it on my phone because I feel like it's easier. Be right back. Everybody also amuse yourselves now for a sec while I'm doing things and trying not to say them out loud. Okay. First of all, yes, I saw that. Duly noted. Hold on. Thanks everyone for your patience. Okay, thanks everyone. I just want to share that I recently completed a really challenging project at work that involved building a code into PPT, and I'm very proud of myself. PowerPoint? I don't know what that means. As a non-coding girly. The mods are just asking me questions, that's all. Ooh, my freaking back hurts. I'm only pretending to be patient. Lisa, that's fair. Okay, that's how I am with the last 2 Lunchable crackers that are in my Lunchable. Okay, my freaking back is killing me. Let's rewind by 10 seconds because I completely forgot what this woman just said. And go from there. So we're at 40 minutes and 57 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Stable, and that's why marriage to me, I don't feel things need to be set in stone or perfect per se in order for like the love to make sense. Like today's been a long day emotionally. I came from
This is what we just talked about. She doesn't feel steady or stable in the relationship, and so therefore marriage is the answer to that dilemma. No, it's not. The answer to that is a partner who, first of all, gives a shit, but second of all, is committed to making you feel safe and secure in your relationship, and for you to develop the skill to effectively know what emotion you experience, communicate that to your partner, and then process that emotion either by yourself or in tandem with your partner so as to prevent the issue from becoming a recurring thing that we're just sort of continually playing whack-a-mole with, right? Ideally, we're not treating emotions as the symptoms, but rather like a messenger of the greater underlying problem, and that we can address that instead. I'm having some scary health stuff going on, and I needed another procedure. Oh, God. And I appreciate y'all keeping me company and distracting me today. Jess, I'm so sorry. That's the worst. And, of course, we're happy to keep you company. Big love, my friend. Feel free to chit-chat and engage in chat as much or as little as you want to, obviously. Eric's right. He isn't always has... Okay, that... No. Lou, stop it. Stop that. Y'all are so rude, making me read things out loud because you know full well that I'm going to read it out loud. What I want is this show to be... Hold on. What I want the show to be is people saying the wildest things and then a jump cut to them talking with a therapist that says, that's really interesting. Let's unpack that. Me too. Me too. Yeah, that's true, actually, Gems. Mickey's favorite mod is Aaron. Why did I say my own name in the third person? My favorite mod is Aaron. Eric, get out of here with that. Trying to trick me. Yeah, I am Ron Burgundy. Okay. The entity that is making new gender identity just dropped. Neither man nor woman nor non-binary of any kind, but rather an entity. A secret fourth option has entered the chat. Okay, let's keep going. 41:24-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
A huge emotional morning of breaking up, then going into dating, and so it's been a long day. But sorry.
I don't really want this anymore.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm not gonna lie, I was really excited to talk to you because you were one of the few men here that issued an ultimatum. And I just feel like there's something really attractive about a guy who knows what he wants and is willing to put everything on the line in order to, like,
Absolutely.
you know, just make sure he has what he needs.
With my ex, I feel like there's just such a vast difference in our timelines and what we want. That's definitely a large part of the reason that I issued an ultimatum.
In a relationship, you should be on the same team at all times.
Yeah.
It's not like you're fighting against each other or one person wins, the other person.
Okay, unmuted. No. First of all, I would encourage people in not this situation specifically, because obviously this is a bit of a unique one, but in situations where you're making an initial impression with somebody that you don't know or somebody that you're meeting for the first time or whatever, I would really encourage you to try not to put words in their mouth like this, because what she did was come up and say, I was really excited to talk with you because you're one of the few men here who issued an ultimatum. Great. Stop. All done. Say that. Leave some space. See what the circumstances are surrounding that ultimatum. Why did he issue that? Right? What were the reasons that he did that? How does he feel about that? How is that impacting their relationship? Right? Not, I just really appreciate somebody who is, you know, XYZ, who has these characteristics, who wants XYZ things. You don't know that. You don't know that about him. For all you know, he issued this ultimatum because he's an abusive fucking jerk who wants to coerce his partner into, you know, blah, 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 XYZ, which seems to be true for some of the men here, right? So don't do the work for someone, because also all of those are very positive, aspirational qualities. So of course this man is just going to agree with that. There's no world where he's going to go, well, hold on a minute, I didn't do that because, you know, I didn't, you know, issue this ultimatum because I'm sure about what I want or because I'm, you know, all these positive things. I did it for all these shitty reasons or for these, you know, non-positive things. Don't do that. Practice not doing that, because this gives somebody an opportunity to form a facade of themselves that isn't entirely truthful. And even the best of people may very well just take that and run with it and sort of be like, yes, yes, I too felt that way. That is why I did it, right? In a situation where you're trying to get to know somebody, instead of making a meaning out of their objective actions or statements, ask them to explain it to you. Ask the questions, especially because in this situation, she has a fantasy of a man who is sure and committed and stable and wants all the same things that she wants and wants her 100%. She said that at the beginning of this. What I want is someone to be 100% sure about me right? In this moment, she's essentially saying, because you're a person who issued an ultimatum, I bet that you'll be 100% sure about me if I am just good enough, hot enough, smart enough, funny enough, interesting enough. So I just have to be those things. You don't know that. You don't know that at all. Again, this man could be a fucking jerk. And to be fair, some of the things that he has said are not really helping with that potential, I don't know, situation, right? So I would encourage people to practice not doing that. On top of that, this, you should be on the same page at all times, no matter what. No, that's not what a healthy relationship is. Basically, what you're saying is that you and your partner should never have any differences. You should never deviate from the party line. That's called enmeshment. That's actually people pleasing, which is unhealthy. You don't want that. I can assure you that you don't fucking want that. Because what you should want is to be in a relationship with a human who is unique and imperfect and flawed, nuanced, complex, just like you are. Because being in a relationship with essentially a clone of yourself is not very interesting, first of all, but also surely predicated upon a bunch of falsehoods. There is no person who can be exactly on the same page with you all the time. You can ask that your partner make an effort to understand you, right? To hear you, to see you, to validate you, to want to do those things. That's fair. You will never find a person on planet Earth who will be exactly on the same page with you all the time, because that's impossible. But this expectation is also really problematic. The if one person wins, then the other doesn't thing. I have a sneaking suspicion that we just haven't experienced effective compromise in your relationship. You just probably don't know what it feels like to have a partner actually care to compromise with you, rather than like one person steamrolling over top of the other one. That's unhealthy too, to be clear. No one should be steamrolling anybody, but compromise includes a little bit of give on both ends, which is obviously very uncomfortable, but when done right, is still like gratifying at the end. Again, I have a sneaking suspicion she hasn't experienced that, and so she assumes, to her, I think solidarity in a partnership is, again, this like fantasy like state where nobody ever loses, and that's not true. Real compromise can still be gratifying, like I said. I want my partner to accept all my beliefs, but he doesn't have to share all of them. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Punk, I would argue that it often does, actually. I dream about dating Geralt of Rivia, but also the world is not fair. The library, though, we could make happen. Very much, yes. Like, for example, my partner and I don't have the same religious beliefs, but we hear and accept and respect each other. Yes, absolutely. Which is, I would say, a pretty healthy compromise. That's solidarity in a partnership, right? You're not competing with one another or steamrolling one another, but you are, in fact, separate people who don't necessarily have to believe the exact same things all the time. I think the point on compromise also speaks to people not knowing themselves. And so compromise feels like losing yourself. Oh my God. Maisie, say more about that, please. 100%. I think that's right on the money. You're very, very correct. I think you're onto something there. Which is another problem with these relationships, which is that we often use them as a substitute for not knowing ourselves. And so if we immerse ourselves completely and totally in a relationship, then like that's my identity, right? I don't have to do identity work. And the pain of not really knowing who I am or what I stand for or what I believe or my distinct characteristics is sort of, I have just lost myself in this relationship instead. And, now this is my identity. And so surely we should always be exactly the same, because if we're not, that means that part of my identity is like wrong or bad or being ignored. No, ma'am. No, absolutely not. I really love my mans. So when I compromise on some stuff to make him happy, I'm happy to do it because I want to make him happy. Compromise isn't always losing. Yes. Absolutely yes. Okay. I don't know what's going on in the Discord chat, but it's looking awfully flirty, and I'm just gonna look the other way. That's none of my business. 42, like 23-ish, pressing play in 3, 2,
team at all times.
Yeah.
It's not like you're fighting against each other or one person wins, the other person doesn't. It's like, how can we work together to
Exactly.
get to at least a compromise? It's finding that middle ground.
Exactly.
But I feel like it's just rational at the end of the day.
When I turned 30, like it was almost like turning over a new leaf. You know what I mean? Like
It hits different when you turn 30. I don't know what it is about the decade.
For sure. It's like no more. Are you 30?
I turned 30 a month ago, and I gotta tell you, I feel no different. Other than that, my low back has like really started to give out now. Other than that, all of a sudden, my joints feel like they're made of paper mache. I feel no different. Okay, 42:54. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Bye, how novel. Thanks for coming.
Okay.
You have a good memory.
Yeah, so I mean, I just feel like for me, like I know marriage is what I want. I grew up in a 2-parent household. I have a lot of healthy examples of what a marriage should look like and what a marriage should be. You live with your ex?
I do live with my ex. However, our lease is up in October, so who knows what's gonna happen after this. I even told my ex, I was like, listen, it's like if our two wants don't align, then maybe we're not as compatible as we thought.
Yeah.
And I think there's nothing wrong with being intentional. I think if something doesn't feel right, then I have to move on.
For sure.
So this is a really unique opportunity for us to really just like dig deep and figure that out.
I'm definitive, and I think that's why I'm here.
I don't know, it's something sexy about a guy who knows what he wants. Not gonna lie.
You made that up.
Love your curls.
Earlier today, I was in a relationship, and now not only am I single, but I've been on 5 great and unique dates. You know, like your style is ridiculous, superb.
I really appreciate that.
You've seen one outfit.
Zaina epitomizes the term wifey material.
The way that these people project their own fantasy. Hold on, wait, where is this? I'm so nosy. I'm just rewinding so I can look at the drone shot of the pool where they are. I have a feeling this is Scottsdale and not, oh. This is definitely Tempe because that's the university in the background there. I'm such a creep. Not me looking in the background and being like, yes, based on the horizon. Anyways. They do go to Scottsdale a fair amount. Not surprised by that whatsoever. On holiday vacay already, so I've only been here for a bit. Been so long. Hi, Gabby. How are you? I know it's been a hot minute since we've seen you. Happy to see you, friend. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Hold on. Let me think. I'm thinking. I'm recalling the details. Oh, I remember. The way that these people are projecting their own fantasies about a wife or husband or partner onto each other is so alarming. It's really distressing to me. The degree to which these people are basically just taking their own internal thoughts about what they think a good partner is and saying, it's you. You have all those. I can see it in you. I've known you for 10 minutes, but it's you. No, it's not. No, it's not. Also, again, we've talked about this before. For those of you that are dating or are, doing this kind of stuff, be aware of when you're on first dates and things like that. Do I like this person because I'm good at conversation? Do I like this person because they said one thing that reminded me of a thing that I like or a past person that I really liked who had really good characteristics, or because, I'm reading into all of this stuff, or because they actually are those things, right? What evidence do I have that this person is actually all of those things? In the early stages of a relationship, I really want to encourage you to be very discerning about that, because oftentimes we have this tendency to project all of that onto other people, and they might not be those things. They might not be those things. That might be our desire to find a person who is all the things that we want, and so we then see that in the world around us. a two-parent household does not mean it's a healthy relationship or better for a child. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, the wifey material thing, yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. I just fundamentally disagree with this take that, like, you need to have a husband and a wife and blah, 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 blah. No, you don't. Parents in varying configurations are important, obviously, right? But having a two-parent household where two parents live in the same home at the detriment of their happiness and relational satisfaction negatively impacts a child. Two parents living in the same home who fucking hate each other's guts is not better than two parents who live separately but now have a stable and steady co-parenting relationship and that the child's not being exposed to all kinds of emotional distress. That's way better. Way better. If the question is whether or not you're able to get the divorce and then be happy, be effective, and safe co-parents, get the divorce. That's okay. Divorce is allowed. It's a blessing sometimes. Christine, I'm not reading that out loud. Anyone have a good coloring book recommendation? Ooh. I don't know. Anyone have coloring book recs? Divorce, babe. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Great. Muted. We're pressing play. I'll let you guys know what the timestamp is once all of this is over. 4 days until the choice. We are at 44 minutes and 26 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
We are about to get ready for this cocktail party. It's gonna be the first time that we're actually gonna get to socialize and interact with the entire group at the same time. Let you in on a little cocktail party secret. Gotta have the collar stays.
That's great. Love that for y'all.
I think your look is everything. So
I
yeah,
need
it's gonna
help, y'all.
look cool, calm, and collective. I mean, look at.
Stop. We're rewinding. I'm so sorry. I know I'm probably annoying the shit out of y'all. Hold on. 44 minutes is 49-ish. Pressing play.
I think your look is everything. So yeah, it's gonna look cool, calm, and collective. I mean, look at me now. Just.
He did not say collected. Listen, I want to be clear. I'm not laughing at this man for saying the wrong thing. We all know that I've got marbles in my mouth like 50% of the time. I can't say anything correctly. I'm not laughing at this man. I'm not trying to make fun of this man. I'm laughing because Aaron and I used to have a hyperfixation with Survivor, and there was a season where a man, his catchphrase was cool, calm, collective. And we would walk around saying cool, calm, collective. We just got to say cool, calm, collective. And people just thought we were saying the thing wrong. But in between the two of us, we thought it was really funny. And I haven't heard that phrase since then. Oh my God. Somebody tag Aaron right now. Oh my God. Oh, it's so funny. No, it is like such a bright, happy memory of Aaron and I saying cool, calm, collective, man. Just gotta keep it cool, calm, collective. And I heard him say that, and I was like, no, he didn't. No, he did not. Woo! That moment right there made this whole season worth watching. Woo! I love it. I love it. Do you want catchphrases? You should watch Jen's season of The Bachelorette. There is one guy who won't stop saying, keep the main thing the main thing. Oh, was it Coach? I can't remember if it was Coach. Oh, it was Coach. You're right. Oh my God. Cool, calm, collective, man. Just got to keep it cool, calm, collective. Oh, so good. Love. Cool, calm, collective emote incoming. Yeah, they tagged you a bunch in Discord. Sorry, Punk. That was my doing. This man's going to be called Coach. No, no. Mark all is red. Oh, man. Okay, let's see what Bible verse this is. And let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. Galatians 6:9. Sure, fair enough. Totally off topic, but my love life is like the most annoying slow burn fanfic. Oh, even my boss roasted me for it. Hellfire, oh no. I have a coworker who says DUI when she means DIY. Oh my God. Look up the math of Gotham in, I can't remember which Batman. It's just Vancouver from Richmond to Surrey. Wait, what? I think I missed that. If you want to do it with spirit, DIY can be also be a DIY. Yeah, those are not the same thing. There was a TikTok of a woman who was talking about mixing up the phrases anesthesia with euthanasia, calling around to dentist's office asking if she could get her wisdom teeth removed with euthanasia. She said she called like 3 or 4 places before they finally were like, do you mean anesthesia? She was like, yeah, my bad. Oh, that's funny. Wow. Everybody needs a good crack up every now and again, you know? That was worth it. That was really great. Vancouver is a common filming location for various movies that they try to pretend they're set in like New York or Chicago. Oh, interesting. Also, hi, Uncle Matt. I didn't see you come in. Nice to see ya. A lot of really interesting conversations. This was great. I loved this. They mean Anastasia. Okay, we're gonna keep going. 44:55. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Was earned, not given. So it's okay to look good and feel good about yourself, but you don't want to go into a date without smelling good. So here I got my favorite scent sprayed behind my ear, in case they're going for the hug. And then I spray my balls, my behind, my underarms, and my chest.
Come on now.
As a fragrance sensitive person, I'd be like, no. Immediately no.
You guys started without us?
Also, for what it's worth, there is actually a correct way to put like expensive fragrance on one's body. There's like a recommended way to put it on. Yes, less is more, first of all. But also, if you're gonna put it on your junk, like if you're gonna put it on like the front of your body, you're insisting on putting it on your junk, then maybe just like 1 and 1, call it good, right? Because you're not putting it on your pulse points at that point. So like, yes, behind ear and the wrist. Sarah also, my God, thanks for upgrading to the Snosh Blossoms. Nice to have you. You should get instructions about how to join the Discord server here in a hot sec. So, go Fieri and Kiara. Yes. Jinx. Yes. Spray on the wrist, rub the wrist, behind the ears. Just for what it's worth. Wear your fragrance however you want to. That's none of my business, but for what it's worth. Okay. Let's just keep going. 45, like 40-ish. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the party.
Wow. I feel weird not talking to you. I just want to say hi.
My dates, I was really trying hard not to look your way, you know?
Should we play a game?
play a little
like,
game.
I think I should play a game.
Like an icebreaker?
Yeah, have you guys heard this game? It's
Famous
called
last
Quarters.
words.
Yes, it can get kind of messy.
Oh shit, it's getting real.
All right, let's hear about this.
Okay, so when it's your turn, you're gonna whisper a question to anyone in this circle, okay? We flip a coin. If the coin lands on heads, whoever got asked the question has to say what the question was.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, every time I played this game, someone ends up mad.
Okay, whose turn?
It's mine.
Oh no.
I know. You guys, you're doing great.
She asked me who is the person I had the least, wait, what was it?
Chemistry with.
I'd say Dave.
Ouch. I actually thought we had some really good chemistry. She was like my top person. And I thought I was pretty good at reading people, but I guess I'm rusty at dating. It's been years.
It's Nick's turn. You have to ask someone a question now.
Heads.
Oh no. Who would I spend the night with? Think Arya?
Oh.
Again, the show that is meant to be about love and connection is mostly about sex. Perfume. Hold on. This game seems confusing to me. Also, did they call it Quarters? Because I have a different understanding of what that game is. I think they did. Am I old? Yeah. This is not Quarters. This is not the Quarters that I grew up with. Fair. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. This seems like a disaster waiting to happen, but 47:30, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Pick one of the guys. What do you want to not date your ex?
Of course, it's heads. They wouldn't show
Heads.
us.
Which one of the guys would I not want to date my ex? This guy.
Nick.
I know your name, I'm just joking.
Oh, why? Explain.
We don't have to explain, right?
Yeah, what?
It's kind of a compliment, kind of an
Oh, it's
insult.
for sure. It's 100% a compliment. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what you meant by it.
Micah.
Oh, shoot. Make it good.
We all know that this is... All right, I'm going to mute
Flip it.
myself so I can eat my silly little cracker. Hold on.
Heads. He said, who do you want to go on a second date with? I'll say JR.
Hell yeah.
We had some good similarities.
I like that.
Okay, your turn.
Tails.
I asked Nick who he was most intimidated by.
I would say you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
That gave me a boost of confidence for obvious reasons.
Surprise!
Cheers.
Cheers.
I feel like a genuine chemistry and connection with him. I just feel sometimes it's difficult for me to like feel like I just like fit in.
Really?
Yeah. Externally, I feel like, yeah, I'm pretty and whatever, but internally I feel so like weird and awkward.
Really?
Yeah.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Welcome to the fucking artist club.
Okay. I feel like I had a really weird upbringing and
Me too.
past. Like I was homeschooled.
Me too.
No fucking
Yes.
way.
100%. Yes.
No way.
My mom pulled me out of school. She's like, no, this shit, I'm not gonna.
Wait, no
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm blown away.
Okay, unmuted. I think, again, this feels like the, oh my gosh, we're soulmates. Y'all have two things in common. I'm starting to look drunk. I'm uncomfortable. Claim all artists. Yeah, that's totally valid. I never feel like intimidating is a compliment. That's fair. I want to be clear. Being excited about having stuff in common with somebody is not a bad thing, right? That's totally fair. But again, it seems like kind of a trend that's happening here. The, oh my gosh, we have so much in common, thing. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just have like a few things in common and we should be a little bit more, I don't know, cautious. Because this situation especially, I hate these shows because they're just like a teeny tiny little fish tank where you have fucking 4 choices, you know? And if you know that at the end of this, your choice is to choose somebody in the fish tank or go home rejected and alone, a lot of people are going to want to choose the shit that's in the fish tank, even if what you're swimming around with in the fish tank is objectively a bunch of dookie. You know what I'm saying? So it just feels a little, yeah, discerning is a great word, Jade. It just feels a little predetermined to me. Not in a scripted way, but in a, like, we can talk ourselves into just about anything if it means avoiding life-breaking heartache kind of way. Callie. All right, 49-42. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God.
Yep.
I want to get the most out of this. Like, we both issued the ultimatum. We both want to get married.
I haven't been with a lot of women that are just like, let's fucking go.
What does that mean?
The initial impact that I've had from you, I'm just gonna be honest, like I was physically, like very much like, oh. Like, let's go.
Oh.
Like,
Like
let's,
fucking Rick Ross.
yeah.
You say this to everybody.
No.
That makes me feel really good.
I'm starting to get like a
Men wanting to fuck you is not a compliment. Say it with me. A man finding you sexually attractive is not a compliment. Like, in a world that is run by men who will do all number of depraved and inappropriate things for a cheap sexual thrill, men wanting to fuck you is not a compliment. It's certainly not a compliment that you should hang your hat on anyways. Your life and value and personhood far exceeds whatever validation any man could provide you by telling you that you're fuckable enough. Right? Men fuck holes in couches. A man would fuck a piece of fruit. Yes. Yeah. Not a compliment. Just, it's true, Callie. It's just not, it's not the ultimate compliment. How about that? I don't think there's anything wrong with women or any, yeah, people, I suppose, rather. Finding it, you know, it's important, I guess. If sex is important in your relationship, then your partner wanting to be sexually intimate with you, obviously that matters. And the out of pocket, apropos of nothing, nobody asked admission of, I find you sexually attractive, from random men in bars, in experiments like this. It should not have the power that these men think it does, and that it sometimes does, actually. It's yuck. Okay. 50 minutes and 24 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
weird sensation in the back of my head that's just telling me this could be an epic disaster. You and Vanessa are not going to walk out of here.
I'm a goofball.
Well, I'm the funniest. Like,
Yeah,
come on, let's be
I'm the
honest.
funniest.
No, I'm the funniest.
No.
I'm
You
the
have
funniest.
no idea. Yeah, live with me, you'll see. Okay?
Dave wants you. I have to pee anyway.
How's it going?
This is so embarrassing.
How are you feeling?
There are times where I'm just like in my head a lot.
What exactly are your...
See how he immediately turned around and said, wait, I need someone to help me emotionally process. Come here. He's using her for a service right now. Yuck. If this doesn't illustrate the way that the reason that cishet relationships have a bad rap for men viewing their partners as a mommy is because of shit like this. This is not okay. He said, wait, I'm having feelings. Sit still. I think this is Dave. I don't know. And Vanessa, it's just, ugh. Okay. 51 minutes and 7 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
In your head thoughts.
Like things I can't control, like wonder what Vanessa's thinking, or do I need to explore a connection with somebody new? Is that really necessary? Like I kind of know where I'm at. So I'm like, wait, 3 more weeks? Do I need 3 more weeks?
I don't think that it would do us any justice to exit this early.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just nervous.
Whatever ends up happening, whatever we learn through this is meant to be. I was having a really good, engaging conversation with Nick.
Or I can come over there.
No. I'm tired of this spot. Dave feels like he's gotten a lot of answers out of this experience already, which is great, but
no, he doesn't.
Week 1 and we have, I can't do math very well, but it's like 7 more weeks to go, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Can't tell if that was a joke.
What would you say
or
is
not.
lacking from you and Nick? 'Cause Nick seems like an awesome dude.
He's amazing.
So what's lacking?
He's just
what's lacking
nervous and mad.
He is so in his own world that like his head is in the clouds. And I want someone to be like here with me and be like, how was your day, babe? He never asks me that.
Yeah. You come off like with a tough exterior, so it's like it's good to hear you say that. Like I need somebody to nurture me too. I need that too. Everybody needs it, right?
What about you? Like, what do you want in a relationship that you don't feel like you're getting right now?
I feel like there's like been a lot of jealousy. A lot of women, they like commenting on my posts.
Yeah, it's
and
hard.
following
You're an
me.
attractive guy. Like,
Thank
you probably
you.
get a lot of attention. Like,
Right.
as long as there's trust in the relationship.
I was gonna say that,
like,
bro.
to,
I feel like
like,
you're reading my mind right
to
now.
like know that like you're good.
Do you want kids?
I do. As long as the money's flowing, the more the merrier.
Yeah, you got
I don't really
to
care, yeah.
financially be stable. If I grew up
Yeah.
as having kids and times we were homeless, like living out of hotels.
This attitude, couple of things. Yes, the nurture me. No. No. I need nurturing too, aka I'm emotionally stunted. Yeah, it's kind of, again, I need a mommy. I'm now hosting auditions for a woman to be a mommy to me and to my kids. No, you're an adult. Nurture yourself. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with wanting your partner to care for you, to be present for you, to help you process, to be supportive of you, right? To help be there for you when you're down, to pick you up when you're down. That's all a very important and, I don't know, like normal part of relationships. But this in context with like calling women females and the whole thing, it's kind of painting a picture of a person who feels as though it is his partner's job to handle his emotions for him. And like, no, that's not healthy. I also just, for what it's worth, as a person who, right, has a fair amount of education about child and human development, as long as the money is flowing, the more the merrier. No. Be very careful about that because sure, the money is a very important aspect in being able to take care of kids, right? But so is your time. So is your emotional availability. So is your effort and personal quality time. Joe, thank you for the 5 more members. Dog, what are you doing? I mean, I'm not going to say no, but damn, Joe. Thank you for the Christmas present. Rachel, Spicy, Marie, Forbidden, Courtney. Welcome to the Big Nugs. It's a lot. It's a lot, Lou. Joe's giving Santa a run for his money. Quite literally. No, thank you, Joe. For real. I appreciate you. And yeah, welcome to the McNugs, to the greater Snord Horde, as it were. But your ability to be present with your kids is, in fact, a finite resource. And when people say things like this, it really, I don't know, concerns me. It's troubling to me because the truth is that we can't be equally present for all of our kids when we have a functioning and intimate, full-time partnership, when we have a job, when we have hobbies, when we have a social circle and a community outside of our family, and we have 8 kids. That's a very, very difficult ask. At some point, something's got to give. And to have so many kids that it causes you to either sacrifice some part of yourself, or your partner has to sacrifice some part of their self, or you guys have to sacrifice each other. Or, the reality is that, like, at a certain point, it really does beg the question, are you able to actually be present with that many kids? Even if you are sacrificing part of yourself, like, I don't know, right? I don't necessarily have a foolproof answer that, like, at X amount of children, people start to suffer, right? It's also going to vary a lot depending on what your community looks like, right? When you have, like, an intergenerational household, for example, or a really fleshed out community with, aunts, uncles. Yeah, great polycule. Aria, exactly. Those kinds of things I think it's sort of a complex equation. It's not necessarily 1 + 1 = 2. And I really want to encourage people to be cautious about this attitude that, like, sure, as long as we have money, we should just keep having kids, because there's a lot more that we should be considering about whether or not we should have more kids than just the money. Yes, Lou, they do in fact still have caramel apple empanadas. Yeah, PSA, if you didn't know, Taco Bell has had caramel apple empanadas back for their, like, little 2000s, nostalgia thing, and they're so good. Yeah, not all of them have them, apparently. I'm sorry, Lou. Okay. Okay, fair, but in this context, they're talking about 2 people having many, many kids. Yeah, which, again, I want to be clear, I disagree with. Okay, 5325. Whoops, did it again. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
How old were you?
Young, like elementary school.
Hold on, I missed.
And kids.
There we go.
I do. As long as the money's flowing, the more the merrier.
Yeah,
No,
you got
I don't really
to
care. Yeah.
financially be stable. Because I grew up with
Yeah.
7 kids, and times we were homeless, like living out of hotels.
Really?
Yeah, it's bad.
How old were you?
Young, like elementary school, missing school, shit like that. So that's really been a driving factor for
That's
me.
hard.
Yeah. It's hard to talk about, but it's supposed to be fun today, so let's talk
I know.
about
We
fun
can talk about
stuff.
that later, but yeah.
Showing off your calves here, like suddenly, like,
I wasn't. I was like thinking my friend, but I was like, oh.
Guys will kill for your legs. Like, we could trade calves. They're huge. In a good way. What's your favorite body part?
Probably my boobs.
Really? I feel like I haven't seen them. Are you closer to
Okay.
them?
You can put your arm around me.
Yeah, okay. Sandy's like the wild child, like completely opposite of Zaina. I see that fire in her eyes, and I'm guaranteed like passionate sex, not even a question. So it's trouble, like trouble all around.
What does that, first of all, the fixation with her calves is giving insecure about his own body. I also don't understand why we are again fixated on the conversation of sex. At this point, I feel like it doesn't matter what their sexual experiences are going to be, because it's going to be a letdown no matter what, because we've built it up in our heads to be this otherworldly thing. It just feels like there's no living up to that expectation. Also, for what it's worth, I forgot to talk about this earlier with the kids thing. People talk about, oh, as long as you have money, you can have more kids, whatever. I also want to encourage people to remember that it's not just the cost of food and school and a house and whatever. It's also really important that people consider the possibility that your child will be disabled, or that they'll be chronically ill, or the possibility that all 8 of your fucking kids could end up sick at the same time, right? Yeah, or trans, that too. But I mean, from a financial perspective, yeah, there are lots of possibilities that could crop up with your kids that could be very, very expensive. And so it's not just about managing the day-to-day costs, but can we effectively care for our children with incidental things like this, right? Gender affirming care, illness, surgeries, teeth, dental, right? Dental and vision. Are we able to provide for kids in all of these circumstances, right? Those are very important things. And also, not necessarily just disastrous things, but also things like hobbies, right? Are we able to provide our kids an outlet to do things like nurture a creative interest or, participate in an athletic team or an interest or, sport or whatever, right? There are things that come along with the cost of raising kids that's not just about feeding them and putting a roof over their heads, but all of these other things that can be very, very expensive that people don't necessarily account for. Yeah, Lucid, I know that's kind of why I was thinking about it, because you guys were talking about pets in the chat, and I wish that someone would have told me when I was 18 and just wanted all the pets that, you should be able to pay for several $1,000s worth of surgery, and that, all of your pets might end up with some kind of fucking surgery or medical interaction all at the fucking same time. And also, if you adopt 4 pets in close succession, they're probably gonna approach senior age at the same time and then have medical issues and then fucking die around the same time, which is very scary and financially difficult and emotionally taxing. And can you handle that? Can you really? We're in the shit now, so I'm gonna do my damnedest. But I know, Lou, I'm sorry. But it's important to think about, because the obligation in being a caregiver for an animal or a human is in making sure that their quality of life and their emotional attachment and their environment and their social needs, all of those things are met to the best of your ability. It's not just about make sure they live in a nice house and have food to eat every day. There's a lot that goes into that. Accompanying my dog through kidney disease right now. Oh, Dill, I'm so sorry. That's really, really hard, especially chronic illness in pets is really hard, especially because animals, I wish you could just explain it to them. I wish you could just tell them, this is why this is happening. I know, go cuddle your pets. Cuddle your pets and love them so much. The amount of time that I spend holding their little faces and looking into their eyes and being like, I love you. I love you so much. Oh, I look into my little dog's faces all the time and I'm like, just so you know, I'll never leave you. Don't you ever think. We may go on vacations. We might have to be at work for a long time, but I will never leave you. Go cuddle your pets. I know. Okay. Yeah. If they're not a cuddler, don't cuddle them. Also, wow. 3:54 cropped up really quickly. I think we can finish this episode. We've got 8 minutes and 28 seconds left, and we have until 4:30, 4:45-ish. So let's not talk about our pets dying, because that's a sad note to end the stream on. But also, big, big love to you. If you're supporting your pet through that, if you're going through that, if you've recently gone through that, it's very, very hard. And I think that people should legitimize it more. People talk about it as if it's not a problem or a big deal. And it is. It's a very big deal. It's deeply traumatic. It's very hard. So big love to you. Big love to all of your babies. Okay. 54:38. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You think we have cute kids?
Smiling little. For sure.
You're in trouble, bro.
We just met. What would you say?
Sexy as hell.
You don't think?
Yeah. Cute ass mixed kids.
JR is spicy. I'm attracted to him. And it's
What-
more
what
than
is
just
that even-
physical. Let's see your chain.
That's ice, yeah.
It's cute.
Thank you.
We had a really good conversation. It kind of was a while, and I could tell some other people got a little jealous, but it was fun.
How do you feel about JR?
I think she likes that.
Why?
What? I'm asking.
Which is toxic.
I was just wondering.
It is what it is. I mean, I saw it from the get-go.
Callie.
I would be lying if I wasn't saying like, oh, it doesn't bother me that like my partner is literally right beside me talking, you know what I mean? That would be a lie. I'm trying to be 100 in the experience, trying to get to know the people I don't know.
I was really excited to talk to you just because you and I for sure had a vibe. I hope I'm not the only one that's feeling that. How do you feel like our date went?
I really enjoyed our date.
Me too. Me too.
Honestly, you were my number one. I was like, Scotty, 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 Scotty. How does that make you feel?
I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit you. I was like, yo, Zaina is the epitome of wifey material. That's the truth. And
Wow. That was the one date where I was.
Hold on, pause. Yeah, okay, so Maisie and Shanice talked about not fetishizing mixed kids. I wasn't gonna say anything because like I am, you know, like I saw somebody talk about how like I shouldn't call myself a white person because I'm not, but like skin color, well, I'm a white person. So as a white lady, I just wasn't gonna touch that because it doesn't feel like my place. But I appreciate you guys talking about it because it does seem like a thing that can be very fetishy and can feel really bad for the kids in those situations. So I didn't like it either. It kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but it did feel like, yeah, one of those things that is just not really my place. But it does seem, I could understand why that would feel really, really bad for the children who are growing up in that situation, because it's treating them as though their skin color is the thing that matters about them. And it is also, I think, like it feels very much like a byproduct of white supremacy, right? There's like a whole history there that is very troubling that we're not going to get into because I don't know to what degree we can even talk about that on the stream or like on this platform without getting censored. But there is a whole troubling history there that speaks to the way that white folks have inflicted violence upon the black folks, particularly in this country, but I mean generally, I suppose. Also, his ex isn't white, so ooh, Shanice, you're right. Ooh, why did he bring that up with her? Ooh. Yeah, and the way that, okay, that's a good point, because the way that he was talking about it as though it was a sexual turn on was sort of confusing to me, but I assumed it was just because, like, you have kids by having sex, and so that was the tie-in, but that might be a part of it, is like the fetish of having mixed kids. Yeah, Lou, that seems to be kind of the writing on the wall. That, I don't like that. It's very dehumanizing. Anti-blackness in rare form. Fair enough. So we all got the gross from that statement. Cool. Yeah. Clearly that was a shared experience. It's weird too because biracial children's looks vary greatly even within families. Well, yes, very much so. I think that's the nature of genetics, right? But there is the assumption that they will look a particular way that is very societally approved of, and it's just, yeah, that's not right. Okay. I'm glad that wasn't just me. 56 minutes and 6 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I was like, I didn't want it to end.
You were definitely my number one, for sure. It is truly sexy to find someone that knows what she wants. And I don't have that in my relationship right now. A lot of times we make decisions independent of each other, and that bothers me, you know what I mean? Like, even our fucking flights here, she booked her flight before I booked my flight.
So that's interesting because I feel like with
We
me
live in
and
different cities.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Those statements directly contradict one another. I don't feel that way in my relationship right now, meaning I don't have a partner who knows what she wants, except that your partner booked her flight without you, has said that she doesn't want to move to be where you are because she's very motivated and, you know, focused on her career right now, which would be negatively impacted if she were to move. It seems like she does know what she wants, actually, and what it is to not let you run her life. Yeah, it seems like what she doesn't want is you. And you're just bitter about the fact that you can't steamroll her into wanting what you want. She knows what she wants. It's just not the things that you want. Yes, exactly, Lou. And so therefore she doesn't know what she wants. It seems like she has a very clear idea of that, actually. So also, again, this is the thing we talked about earlier. Be very wary of people who fill in these gaps, because he's saying all of the things that he knows she wants to hear because she told him that that's what she wanted to hear earlier. And now he's filling in all of these gaps saying, oh, I think it's so sexy that you know what you want, and, you know, you're focused and you want blah, blah, blah. I don't think he thinks that at all. I think he thinks it's sexy that you just so happen to align with what he wants. This is not about you. Specifically, this is about the fact that he can get what he wants out of you, which is not a compliment. Again, this is why I said what I said earlier about how men saying that you're fuckable is not a compliment, because it's not about you actually being particularly beautiful or attractive or interesting or alluring or whatever. It's about them getting what they want out of you. That's what they find attractive, not you specifically. It's actually a very dehumanizing thing to say when they phrase it like that. This whole season, yeah, so far it's not good. Why would she book her flight back to LA and then get another flight home, especially if she doesn't know how this experience will end? Yes. If you live in separate cities, why would you? Whatever. Okay. 56 minutes and 44 seconds pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
And y'all live together.
We live together. I just want whoever I'm with to just have a laser focused vision on me. And
Do you feel like you don't have that right now?
No. That's what initially attracted me to you. I'm like, damn, there are actually guys out here who know what they want, and they want to like be married, and they want to like build a life. I feel like
you don't know any of those
that
things.
Old school love.
You know that he was the one who issued an ultimatum, and you filled in all those gaps. You don't know that that's what he wants. Ooh, the way that he's looking at her right now is the way that a hunter looks at a deer. Ooh. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The misogyny in this season is absolutely rampant. Okay, 57:07, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Scotty came hard. I hate to say it, but there's something there.
Do you hate to say it? It seems like you like it.
Thank you.
Oh, I think they're drunk.
So sorry. Giving me lots of compliments, and I really appreciate that.
Oh no.
You
okay.
are funny.
Funny, what you mean?
I
don't know.
Confront her. I was
You can't
like,
be doing this to me.
What are you talking about?
You're giving me those seductive eyes.
You just need a moment?
Yeah.
You want a hug? What do you need?
Yeah, can I get a hug?
Yeah.
I just like running through my friends is kind of crazy.
What do you like to do for fun?
Working out,
Me too.
hiking.
I love to hike. Do you consider yourself like a giver? Like you
Yeah,
like
for
to
sure.
give? Like I'm a really giving person.
Him
and
checking
I just
on her
love to
is
love on
nice.
people around me and the people I love.
Hold on. I also want to point out that the way he hugged her was like very platonic somehow. It was a very like sort of wide-armed. Yeah, it was a respectful hug, which I think is nice because he, you know, based on the track record of all the other men in the show, could have used that opportunity to facilitate some physical closeness that was not warranted, but it seemed like he was actually just being nice. And also her running away to the bathroom seemed more about her getting away from the cameras than it did about getting away from him, which again highlights the problem with this fucking show, but whatever. Okay, so what I'm getting is that these people who issued the ultimatum just want a relationship, not a relationship with a whole person who has an identity outside of the relationship. A little bit. Yeah, it feels like a control thing more than it does about, you know, aligning of values and whatever. You know, Gems, excuse, I just burped into the mic. That is such a good point, because that is quite literally the bare minimum. We're talking about how this man didn't do something that is like, you know, just this side of, I don't want to use the word, but y'all know what word I'm referring to. And we're like, oh, wow, isn't that refreshing? If that doesn't speak to the way that we're all brainwashed into believing that, especially cis men are, well, it's only cis men, really. The way that cis men are, I don't know, awful. The way that they all just get a pass to be fucking awful. Well, I can't tell. Oh my God, I don't want to say the word, Lou. He asked what she needed, which was, you know, bare minimum, but rarely seen on these shows. Yes. Yeah, the bar is in hell. The word is bird. No, the word is not bird. Okay, 58:30, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Arya, she's not a physical touch person.
And that bothers you?
Hell
Hold on, we're rewinding my 10 seconds.
And I just love to love on people around me and the people I love.
Arya, she's not a physical touch person.
And that bothers you?
Hell yeah.
They're wasted, I'm
It's
pretty
like,
sure.
are you interested or are you not? I just feel like with you, we have a natural conversational energy that I cannot deny. And
it just flows.
I just don't feel like anybody else is really gonna match that energy. The truth is the truth. And so I wanna know how you feel about a trial marriage.
That means connecting with someone that you could see a future with. And
Who can you see a future with?
I think we're very compatible.
Can I separate you guys?
Ma'am, please, no.
Like holding hands?
With who?
With her, like right in front of me.
With Zaina?
Yeah, like if you're gonna get physical, do it not in front of my face.
Arya, come on.
What does he mean with who? This is just all bad, because there's no world where this is going to give her any kind of closure or I don't know, satisfaction, validation. And it also is very much going to validate him, because I really feel as though he's doing this with the intent to be seen. Caleb is a diamond in this turd pile. Maybe just as far as we're aware, a shiny turd in a turd pile. A quartz. Yeah, exactly. Bye, Arya. Thanks for coming. Ooh, sister night. That sounds so fun. I hope you have the best time. Okay. Obsidian, maybe. Yeah, I just don't know that this is going to work out well, but okay. 59:35, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I've never disrespected you.
I think that was disrespectful. You're literally holding another girl's hand.
Look at me, look at me, look at me. I issued you the ultimatum.
So you can just do whatever you want
No,
then?
that's not the truth. I'm trying to marry you.
So what, you're just having fun? You want to hold hands? Maybe I should go do that with JR and see how upset you get.
Listen, this is outrageous. How long were you talking to JR for?
I don't know, but we were
Exactly.
talking. We were talking because we're supposed to get to know somebody.
Exactly, so don't come at me and do this.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
Because you're coming at me foul.
Okay, you don't need to yell. You don't need to yell.
You need to stop coming at me like the way you're coming at me. Stop coming at me like that.
I'm done.
What?
Ooh, no. No. Okay. First of all, okay, here's the thing. I think ultimately this is very much drunk people being very emotional, right? I want to be clear. I don't agree with her trying to confront this man in saying like you're doing a wrong thing by doing the thing that is literally the purpose of this show, right? Because that's not fair. Like, that's the purpose of this show. And ultimately, at the heart of this exchange is a woman who's crying, very obviously distressed, saying like, you know, let's see how you would feel if I did that, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, well, how long were you talking to, you know, whoever for? it's very clear that him being very obviously affectionate with Arya has a lot to do with, again, the intent to be seen, and that after seeing that she's obviously upset, she's hurt, is essentially what's happening. She's crying and she's hurt. Then he yells at her in a really aggressive way, in a way that it feels very like power and control issues, right? I would not be surprised if there is an issue in their relationship with him dictating from on high in a way that probably feels aggressive and scary sometimes. And that again, I want to put this in context with the conversation that they had earlier about her feeling as though he wants to get married and that means her moving and her compromising and him not compromising whatsoever. Layla said he freaks me out. I don't like the way that he voiced this at all. The way that he conducted himself in this whole situation, completely unwarranted and also very scary. Like, this would be very scary for most people to be on the receiving end of. Yeah, that's a good point. Because this is on camera. These are the things that people feel comfortable to do on camera. That's also important to be aware of, right? He's trying to intimidate her into silence, and she handled it better than I ever should have or ever would have. Fair. But yeah, it comes across as though he's trying to intimidate her into shutting up, basically, which is not okay. Yeah, we have probably another 10 minutes or so. Okay, 1 hour and 32 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Wait, come here.
I'm done.
Come here?
Can't get an apology from Scotty ever. And I feel gaslit. I don't care that he wants to marry me. I don't want to talk anymore. I'm done.
Now him sitting there like a sulking little child. Okay. What a great first episode. That's sarcastic in case anyone missed it. I know the way that he was all in the corner, like all upset and sulking like a little child, his head sunken in his shoulders. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Okay, he looks like a pouting little baby. Except one that yells and is scary. The way he was sitting reminds me of how my grandma sat in her chair while watching her first burlesque performance. Lily, what? Thank you for the much needed brevity. Kiara, yeah, you're right. We finished on time. Actually, with some spare time. So that's great. That means I don't have to drive like a lunatic. Just kidding. I don't drive crazy. But yeah, this season is just awful. If y'all want me to watch the next couple of episodes, I mean the whole season, I will happily do that. We will have to take a break next week because it's the holidays and also because they're cleaning the carpets here. So we are probably not going to stream at my house. Probably, yeah, we're not going to do a Discord only stream next week. I thought about doing it, but I think it will be nice to have some time off with Aaron and to just sort of idle down and quite honestly just be like not perceived. My autistic self loves that. So we're going to do that. I hope that you guys have the most wonderful holiday if you celebrate that. Or just some wonderful time off to hopefully do some free time things and to not be perceived. Do make an effort to take care of yourselves and have some quiet time, some free time. You know, idle down. It's very, very important. Remember that resting and joy are acts of resistance, especially again in the administration that we are walking into. Take your time back. It matters. Yes, happy Yule. Joyous day and you know, solstice and all the things. So, okay. Thank you, Shanice. Thank you. That's very nice. Yes, good luck with your craft project. So I will not see you guys next week. But as of now, let's see, the 3rd. As of now, I have plans to stream on the 3rd. We'll see. Happy birth. Oh, it's your birthday on Sunday. Oh, wow. Happy early birthday. I will post a schedule for you guys. I'm planning on in the new year, new me, just kidding. New year, hopefully just better communicating. I will be trying to post schedules for you guys as like a look ahead at the week or the month or what have you, so that you guys know ahead of time when the stream dates are, because I know I'm not the best at updating you guys. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, have a wonderful holiday. Have great time off. I love you all so much. I'll see you guys next week. Okay. Or not next week. Oh my God. Jesus. Curse my default brain. See you all 2 weeks from now. Okay. Love you. Bye. Me being like, where's the button?